All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning.
All right, that's good. We're going to start in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And currently we have about 5 people on ground to present physically. I want to know if we have any person online who is interested in making presentation.
Yes, I'm going to present. I'm interested in making presentation, but I don't know. But according to this schedule, I'm in section C1. I don't know whether this is where I'm going to present it.
Okay, all right. Because of some changes in the schedule, we're going to use a single room today, and we'll see how far we can go. So if you're interested in making presentation line, just let me know. You can indicate by sending a private message, or you put a message on the chat.
All right, it's okay.
Yeah, apply.
Join participants. Hmm?
Bluetooth mode. Bluetooth connected.
bẹ́ẹ̀ nísìnyí ẹ jẹ́ kí n wàá ṣàgbọ́ mi nísìnyí. Hello. Hello. Okay, they are getting ready now.
The best thing is that they should first put their something here. I want to take it back. So maybe the next session, we can have a small break.
This one are online.
And online now.
After that,
we take this.
They want to welcome everyone first to the second day running of this Humboldt College International Conference holding in Ogbomoso 2021. And we are continuing with the technical sessions, the presentations of paper. And for this morning, my own name is Dr. as the chairman of this session. And serving as rapporteur with me is Dr. Olaoye. Please come. You can come here, sir. Yes, sir. Please, you can put another one across the line with the first one. Presenting this morning, we have here Kayode Oladejo CB, Oyeyola YB, Ewutola EA, and Adeniran JA. We are going to be having 7 minutes. We are having 7 minutes for the presentation, and each presenter will be coming up here to present because this session is online. It's being online. So you'll be coming to sit here to present. And we will have just 7 minutes to present. After the presentation, we will give a discussion. How many minutes do we have for discussion?
Bluetooth.
Or everybody?
Bluetooth.
We take out the presentations plus 110 minutes. We will have discussion. We just have, I think we can take notes. Let's take notes as each presenter is presenting the after that. Okay. After that, we will now discuss. Let me invite the first presenter. He is presenting a paper titled Engaging Indigenous Education in the Process of Achieving Sustainable Development Goals. That's Bankale.
Present on engaging indigenous education in the process of achieving sustainable development goals. By way of introduction, what is indigenous education? Indigenous education is the indigenous process of transmitting cherished culture and values among Africans, and that is before the advent of colonialism and subsequently Western education. Sustainable development goals, on the other hand, are the representation of the aching problem at global level, and that is why the meeting was held in 2015, strategized to commence from 2017 to 2030, that if these goals are all achieved, the entire world will become more habitable, peaceful, characterized economic development, quality health, and gainful employment, among others. And then the arrow connecting the two has to do with the nexus between the African indigenous education and sustainable development. The summary of the entire goals, from the way I've looked at it, has to do with harnessing the ecosystem, the environment for the benefit of mankind. And the central focus, the summation of the entire 17 goals in SDGs is goal number 4, that has to do with quality education. And by the time we talk about quality education, we are talking of education that is able to deliver the purpose that it is intended to. And I want to say that indigenous education has been found to achieve that. Permit me to say, before the advent of Western education, there is no unemployment in African society because their education has to do with the environment. For instance, you can't see a fisherman in an environment where there is no rivers. Neither can you see a farmer in an environment that is riverine in nature. Now I go to the next slide that has to do with present problem. Among the goals, I just highlight 4, but I'm going to dwell on 2. You can see hunger, you can see lack of quality education, you can see poverty, and you can see health and well-being. Let me just run over this before I capitalize on the 2 that is the major focus of my work. Where farmers are hardworking and they are productive, will there be hunger? I want answer if you are following, please. If farmers are productive and effective, will there be hunger? And again, by the time you look at poverty, somebody that has a legitimate source of income and suffering, even though poverty is a relative term, that person cannot be a victim of absolute poverty. Is that not right? And then by the time we talk of health and well-being, Africa tap into the nature. If you look at, if you go to primary school now, all they teach is you draw a tree, mention the path, but in indigenous education, they will show you the tree, they will tell you what it's meant for, they will tell you the name. Am I right? And so, health and well-being and lack of quality education, like I said earlier, quality education is education that is able to deliver the goal that it is meant for. Now, looking at all this now, somebody may be wondering, is this man now prescribing that we should go back to the dark age, the pre-colonial era? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that what makes indigenous education relevant, effective, functional, and productive, the key values there, what accounts for that is what we can bring in into the process of achieving sustainable development.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, sir.
African indigenous education and pursuits of the process of achieving sustainable development, you will realize that if Africa alone can achieve what they need, Africa represents a significant part of the entire globe. Apart from the fact that other continents will follow suit, they may learn. Once Africa achieves it, you cannot say the SDG is a failure. By way of conclusion now, since Western education is characterized with knowledge acquisition and certification, and African indigenous education has key acquisition through apprenticeship as its major hallmark, it is therefore necessary to engage the Chinese values in AIE in the process. That's African indigenous education now talking about AIE in the process of achieving the SDG. What that means is that in Western education, if you say you have master's degree in accounting, until you are able to present the certificate, nobody will take you serious. That's what I mean by certification and knowledge acquisition. But in digital certification, somebody may not have certificate because it's not certified, it's not formal education. But if he tell you that I'm an expert in security, that will be an experience hunter. Give him any challenge, he will deliver. Before I round up, I have this thing that we need to think of. I want to tell a short story that I asked this question. A man who, for whatever happened, found himself in a strange land and is thirsty. Then he's able to gaze around, identifies specific vegetation, and head towards that place and identify river. And somebody who claimed to be well educated with all the degrees you can mention got himself stranded, is thirsty. He wouldn't mind any type of water to quench the thirst. And because there is no compass, because there is no gadgets, he cannot identify where to locate water. Now I ask, who is educated among the two? The first or the second one? I want somebody, please. The first person or the second person who is educated. God bless you, my sister. Is the second person that is educated. By this I mean, if sustainable development goals will be achieved, they have things to take from African indigenous education and synergize with the policy that is geared towards achievement of sustainable development goals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your let me now go to for is presenting a paper titled Evolution of the Urban Science Generator. This is as a learning and amplified petroleum gas as energy source. Co-participants, gentlemen, agency. My name is Olatejo CP and the title I'm presenting is Evaluation of the Medium Size Generator using gasoline and liquefied petroleum gas as energy source. An introduction. The energy is an integral component of socio-economic development and a central factor for eliminating poverty in any society. Petroleum products such as gasoline and kerosene are marked by acute shortages and mounting price, with products sold over 300% above official price. That's what led us to the utilization of natural gas as fuel internal combustion engine with that have witnessed a substantial breakthrough and improvement over the years because of this problem of liquefied petroleum gas that we are having around in our environment. The problem encounter that led us to this work the energetic power failure as result in an over-dependence of generator driving by principle, as we all know, because nowadays, like exactly like 1 or 2 weeks ago, we have power failure all around throughout this Ogbomoso community. Then the increase in the price of petroleum, that's another problem that led us to the utilization of this natural gas to complement the use of petroleum. Then due to the endemic power shortage in the country and the current fact enforced the government waste management and the use of generators in Nigeria. The aim and the objective of this project, the aim of this one is to evaluate the performance of the medium-sized generator using petrol and natural gas as energy source. And the objectives are: number 1, to convert the petrol engine generator to natural gas generator. That is objective number 1, our motive. Then number 2, to determine the effectiveness of using natural gas to replace petrol in a medium-sized generator. Number 3, compare the cost of running petrol engine to natural engine. We consider the cost of both petroleum and generator when we compare the benefit, the advantage that we derive from it. Then number 4, compare the exhaust of the petrol engine without a natural gas fuel through analysis of the exhaust. Justification. It justifies to start primary electrical energy of petrol, natural gas, and to complement the use of liquefied petroleum. The scope of this work based on the utilization of medium-sized generator type of our scope. So these are the literature from the work. Then the materials and methods that are used. The material, we have cylinder, natural gas, generator type, which is a LP. Then methane conversion kits, socket, hose punch, slotted and filling plates, screwdrivers, and small hose clamps. In methodology, we introduce the gas into the carburetor. Filling the gas into the carburetor can be accomplished in 2 different ways. We have 2 ways of doing that. Number 1 is polar method. Number 2 is stroke method. The polar method, this one involves the polar method using aluminum polar situated between the air filter and the carburetor, allow the carburetor to run unmodified and still capable of flowing the petrol. Let me explain this. This method, it works in 2 ways. We can use petroleum, and later, if we decide, we can use our natural gas to power generators. Let me just remind us that the generator we are using is not we are using the smaller, medium-sized generator to bigger one. We can't use the smaller one. If we use I better pass my neighbor generator, we cannot use that generator in this kind of. So this method we completely use. We had there's a kit which I measure here, and we have polar situated. We will couple it as a way to couple. When I start I will show us there's a way to couple it that will allow us to use natural gas and also allow us to use petroleum gas as well. For the second method, if we use totally avoid the use of petroleum, we can only use natural gas. For the second method, this gas adapter, just to explain how we couple the heat that will allow us to run our natural gas. This is the heat that we use to couple
that we use to convert our petroleum to natural gas later. So this the accelerated diagram of growth of safety. You can see the cylinder, you can see the generator as well. And this the compressed point is after the road. So after all this, if we can switch it to use natural gas and say that if we decide to use petrol as well, we can use it as well. So from the gasoline generator are gasoline is readily and easily obtained. Gasoline is expensive, more toxic, the environment from our toxic to breathe, and extremely flammable and fire aspect can perform as air fire. While natural gas is 5% of what I've seen, they are friendly and they are environmental friendly. So these are the only ones producing petroleum and producing generator and petroleum. You can see from 1 hour as rate of 1.5 liters and it costs us 250. So let me that will make and project almost 4 hours, which is 5.6 liters and the rate of 840. The same thing goes for the natural gas when we use it. Together per 1 hour, we use 0.25, which gives us 720 naira. So the company, you can see the complexity of the source now. Per 1 hour, we have the petroleum, we have the natural gas. Per 2 hours, we have the petroleum, we have the natural gas as well. And these are the complexity of the source. As during the global the price of petroleum increases while the price of natural gas decreases. So our excess emission of the natural gas are compared and consumption of the natural gas is lighter than the petroleum gas. The conclusion, it was concluded that the running generator of natural gas has better advantage in terms of cost. Also, running generator of petrol reduces environmental pollution, while natural gas is environmental friendly. So these are some references. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. for that wonderful presentation. I'll go on now to call the next presenter.
Should be in the front. Oyeyela should be in the front. Oyeyela will be in the front. Scroll down. Is it Oyeyela? Yes. 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 That's the front.
Thank you. We will now be presenting a paper on preliminary evidence of carbon dioxide emission from two sources and maybe equipment fertilizer in the commercial housing.
Good morning. I'm presenting a paper on preliminary evidence of CO2 emissions from two soils needed with fertilizers in the commercial region. CO2 emissions account for about 60% of the influence of greenhouse gases on the global warming. And this CO2 emission from soil are influenced by soil types, by microbial activities on the soil through respiration, environmental factors such as temperature, and fertilizer application into soils. Information on CO2 emissions from soils in Ogbomoso does not exist despite the annual indiscriminate application of chemical fertilizers to the soil and the current campaign for use of organic materials into tropical soil demand, evaluating their contributions to CO2 emissions. Knowledge of CO2 emissions from our soils, therefore, are key for developing organic fertilizer management practices. Each sustainable production and environmental safety will be achieved. This work, the objective was to evaluate the CO2 emissions from 2 sample soils treated with chemical fertilizer types under incubation and feed conditions. And for the purpose of this work, 2 fields were selected, one at the teaching and research farm of Nortec and the other one at the fertilizer trial site at Ogbomoso. And all the fertilizer tested were sourced locally and produced locally. All the fertilizer types tested were first tested positively for their nutrient content and for the solution of the carbon to nitrogen ratio. For the incubation trial, the soil at the teaching and research farm was used. LabTech was used for the trial. 400 grams soil were placed into 1.5 liter airtight plastic pots, and appropriate fertilizers were applied. And these fertilizers include 3 organic fertilizers, alka compost, and poultry manure. A soil chemical fertilizer composed of NPK and urea, and the combination of this fertilizer at 50% concentrations were applied into the soil. And this is from there, the carbon inputs from each of the organic materials and what the fertilizer tested were derived for the incubation trial. After application of the treatment, the soil was moistened and CO2 trap made from sodium hydroxide was placed in each of the airtight container to trap the CO2 emissions from the soil, and it was titrated with acid, hydrochloric acid, at the end of every 7 days, and CO2 emissions were derived between this for the feed trial. The established maize plots were sampled at 6 weeks, and CO2 entrapment column were placed, and similar titration and estimations were done at the incubation period. These are the carbon inputs for the feed trials. All the data collected was analyzed statistically. This is the soil condition prior to the work. And the CO2 emissions from the incubation trial showed that significant difference exists, and soil that received bulker and compost were responsible for the least CO2 emissions, while higher emissions were recorded from poultry manure plots and soil treated, and also from the soil chemical fertilizer. Chemical fertilizer spiking with organic materials significantly enhanced CO2 emissions in organic material applied soils. Under field condition, there were intense CO2 emissions compared to what happened during the incubation trial, with values increasing greatly under the field condition. The environmental factor might have contributed greatly to this, and also the process of vegetation on the field must have also contributed to it. An attempt was made to estimate carbon sequestrated. During the first 2 weeks under the incubation trial, the CO2 emissions were very high. In fact, during the first week, all the sodium hydroxide placed in the trap were exhausted. There was no opportunity to do any titration. But the second week, the concentration of the sodium hydroxide was increased, and titration was made possible, and CO2 emissions were estimated. At 3rd and 4th week of the incubation, as the majority of the fertilizer tested began to, but there was no more CO2 emissions from them, implying the possibility of carbon sequestration in the soil. And that brought about this figure, and these carbon sequestered were estimated. On the fertilizer tested sequestered carbon with soil and compost, lithium, and even from the one-amended soil, that is sequestration of carbon. Whereas at this point, some poultry manure spiked with CF chemical fertilizer were still emitting CO2 into the atmosphere. Now, this is showing the relationship that exists between increasing carbon inputs and CO2 emissions under incubation trial. Increasing carbon inputs significantly decreased CO2 emissions under incubation trial and was responsible for up to 66% reduction in CO2 emitted under incubation trial. Whereas the opposite for the situation on the field, where increasing CO2 emissions, increasing carbon inputs led to increases in CO2 emissions. Summarily, CO2 emissions from fertilizer-treated soil were higher at week 1 and 2 in the incubation trial, and carbon sequestration commenced at 3 weeks, while sulfur was highest in mitigating CO2 emissions. PM-based treatments were major drivers for soil study under incubation. The higher the carbon input, the lower the CO2 emitted under incubation condition, with greater effect from stabilized carbon sources. The opposite was the situation on the field at the point of starting, where with possible CO2 influxes coming from the maize root and microbial activities. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Now we go on and invite the next person. Okay. Okay, yes. Okay, 2 presentations.
Okay. Please be taking your questions from after
all the presenters.
Presented, we will take questions.
Okay.
We will have another presentation again. So she still received for presentation. Yes.
So let's invite again.
Yes, I'm presenting compostability, factor toxicity, and nutrient quality as influenced by 2 composting feedstock mix modalities. The tonnage of huge agro waste generated in Nigeria annually are grossly underutilized. A little of it are composted into composting is the major outreach through which this agro waste are converted into useful soil amendments. And in Nigeria, conventionally, the weight-to-weight 1-to-3 feedstock mix are used. And in this method, there is no special consideration for proximate carbon and N content of these feedstocks. And this the high tonnage waste of agro waste generated in Nigeria are highly underutilized, and very little of it are converted into useful soil amendments through composting at research and small scale, using the conventional weight-by-weight feedstock modalities of ratios 1-to-3, in which these feedstock materials are combined. Like 5 kilo, you can use 30 kilograms of carbon source like sawdust mixed with 90 kilograms of poultry manure. In this type of modality, there is no special attention given to individual composting material, whereby you test them for their initial characteristics, especially the carbon and N, whereby you'll be able to estimate the carbon to N ratios. And what I've been explaining is the carbon to N feedstock mix modality that is used in other parts of the world, which are absent around here. The compost produced from sawdust and poultry manure using the conventional weight-to-weight modalities dominate compost types in Nigeria, and increasing competitive demand for poultry manure for other uses might reduce the availability for future composting activities, and therefore need to try other animal manure, of which whispered litter and granule source are tested in this trial. And because this whispered litter is the major test animal used in clinical health researches, and increasing health researches the world today will bring about future increases in the leads are generated by this rice species, and therefore need to convert them to useful products. In this world, compost stability, quality, and price of the steel, crystal based compost produced from different ingredient carbon to end ratios, and the conventional waste by weight modalities were compared. On the feedstock, there are 4 feedstocks used for this trial, and they were all sourced from HUMBOLDT Ogbomoso. And before the composting, each of them were tested approximately for their nutrient content, especially the carbon and the N, and carbon to N ratio were reduced and was subjected to the Pearson square method to determine the quantities of each of them that will bring about 20 to 1, 30 to 1, and 40 to 1 carbon to N ratio mix, and 2 conventional, the other conventional method of weight by weight were compared. A check compost was included to the sawdust poultry manure compost, which is popular at our research site here. We compared with these new feedstocks, waste carbon litter, and not waste compost. And this brings about, for this trial, 5 compost sites were prepared from 5 carbon to N ratios and the conventional weight to weight compost. Each of the composts were replicated 2 times, and the composting process used was aerobic control method. Daily temperatures in the ambient and the composting pad were monitored. pH and electrical conductivity were also monitored. Stability days of the compost was taken into account, and the nutrient composition at the end of the stabilization of the compost were also done for these standard procedures. The compost produced was subjected to phytotoxicity assessment using the germination index, whereby the extract from each of the composts were tested at 2 concentrations level, and the control and table distilled water was included for comparison, and laid out in theory and counted with the test crop. Data were taken on number of germinated seed, tap length, and seed germination, wood elevation, and germination index were estimated. And these are the temperature during the composting process. All the compost produced are the temperatures above the 50. That is believed to be the temperatures above through which any pathogenic material in the composting feedstocks are destroyed, such that the highest thermofeed temperature were recorded in the 20:1 ratio, and the least from the control compost, which by weight of 3. And these high temperatures were sustained for longer days in the carbon to N feedstock modality method, and the 20:1 was the highest in sustaining highest number of days to sustain this high temperature toward composition, and compost stabilized at longer days. This is showing the effect of 2 composting feedstocks on the macronutrient contents in the resultant compost. All the compost produced from the granite box and rack litter combined using the carbon to N modality had higher macronutrient content compared to the control compost made from the weight modality. Organic carbon were higher also in the carbon to N ratio modality compared to the control. And this brought about lower values in the carbon to N and carbon to P ratios in the compost produced under the carbon to N feedstock mix. Now, the phytotoxicity result shows compost produced from carbon to N feedstock modality mix to be higher in this carbon to N ratios compared to the control. No wonder the germination index data shows higher values from all the compost combined using the carbon to N ratio modality compared to the conventional modalities, with the values increasing in the 50% concentration level. Thermofeed temperatures and number of days to sustain temperatures were higher in carbon to N modality over the control compost. Compost from granola and raw litter under the carbon to air ratio had higher organic total macronutrients and lower carbon to air ratio compared to the conventional methods. And the control compost from wheat to beans was, however, highest in calcium and ash content. 50% extra concentration, especially from the carbon to air feedstock mortality enhanced cowpea seed germination with elevation and germination index. Compost production using carbon to air feedstock modality of 20 to 1 is therefore recommended for production of anotox and compost.
Thank you.
For presentation. We call Dr. Mrs. Henrietta for presentation. Okay, Dr. Mrs. Sorrell is presenting the report titled Soil Physical Properties and Soil Statements Used as Inlet by Soil Contract Management, such as Nigeria.
Presenting a research work on soil physical properties and soil being glassy mass yield as addressed by soil compaction in Ogbomoso, southwestern Nigeria. In most recent times, soil compaction is a threat, has been a threat to soil quality. As a result of farmer trying to meet the ever-increasing demand from increasing population, the farmer employs the use of mechanical method in preparing their fields in order to meet the ever-increasing demand from the population that is increasing day in, day out. But this soil compaction may not have immediate effects on the soil, but with subsequent years, it can lead to alteration of soil properties, specifically soil physical properties. And this is literally what has the geometry of the soil, which later affects infiltration rate of the soil, increased block density, reduced macro porosity, total porosity, and all other soil physical properties. The objective of this work is to determine the effect of soil compaction on soil selected soil physical properties, soil being yield, the growth and yield and nutrient uptake of soil. The experiments were conducted in 2015 and 16 at the Teaching and Research Farm, University of Technology, Ogbomoso. The experimental design was randomized complete block design with 4 replications. And there were 4 treatments. These 4 treatments were just circulated by using tractor wheel pass on the field, up and down, we have the control which is 0 pass on the field. We have 4 passes of tractor wheel, it's 40 passes of tractor wheel. The plot size was 4 meter by 2 meter, and the agronomic practices employed in the field are sowing soybean split sorts from the local markets are sown on the field and clean were done. Weeding manually, the data collected were from plant data, plant heights, that is soybean heights, number of branches, stem guards of the plants, number of pods. We have biomass, dry biomass of the soybean, and also the grain yield. Also the soil data. All the topsoil samples were collected from the field with constant lab to determine the results. The results, table 1, generally the effects, there were no significant effects of soil compaction on selected soil physical property as the 0 to 15 and 50 to 30 centimeter soil depth. However, there were increase in soil density with increase in level of tractor wheel pass, while total porosity, macro porosity, and saturated hydraulic conductivity decreases with level of tractor wheel pass. Effects on soybean growth. Generally, the plant size, stem gas, and number of leaves, and all these growth parameters was significantly different at 14 passes of tractor wheel compared with the 0 pass. While the difference of yield, the total crop mass and grain yield were significantly affected by soil compaction. Nutrient object, there were no significant effects, but tractor wheel pass with nutrients N and P and K uptake decreases with increase in level of tractor wheel pass. Conclusion, generally soil compaction has led to reduced soil physical properties. It was observed that 5 to 12% increase, there was increase in range of 5 to 12% increase in soil bulk density, increased range of 4 to 11% in total porosity, 2 to 30% macro porosity, and 9 to 48% decrease in saturated and hydraulic conductivity. Reduction in soybean growth, there was reduction, general reduction in soybean growth and yield of soybean. Also, there is a reduction, there were reduction in NP and K uptake. The implication of this is that the farmer should be informed to reduce the number of passes of tractor wheel on the fields in order to reduce the effects of physical property, which can later affect the yield of crop, the growth and development of crop, and yield of crop. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time. We call the next presenter and then this session. So those that are ready and want to present, you can come forward and start writing. Let it just go through whatever the time so that it's not a mistake. all this session is online session. So starting on stating the paper titled Atmospheric Pollution COVID-19 in South Africa cases.
Good morning, everyone. From the University of Ireland. So I'm presenting atmospheric pollution and COVID-19 in Africa. So we're using the South African case. So the present status of COVID-19 in the world is what we all know. And the background information we have is that South Africa is that country in the southern part of Africa continent, and it has the highest case of COVID-19 in the world. And the first case of COVID-19 in South Africa was reported in March 2020. So at present, we have like over 1.95 million cases, and we have over 6,000 deaths at present. So the research questions that this study tends to ask are one, is there any association between air pollutants and meteorological factors and COVID, SARS-CoV-2 cases and associated deaths in South Africa? Does government's movement restriction measures during the pandemic have influence on the regional air quality? Is population density a co-driver in the transmission of SARS-CoV-2? So we gathered secondary data from various sources. We have the air quality parameters. The reason why we're choosing South Africa is the only country in Africa that we have substantial ground air stations. In Nigeria, we don't have. The first one we're going to have was just established in January 2021. And the only we have aeronet stations that we have one at the University of Ilorin. That's the only thing we have in Africa. So statistical analysis, we use generalized linear mixed model, and the most importantly, we use the distributed lag nonlinear mixed effects model according to Gasparini 2010-2013. And the programs, we use a passive horizontal distributed lag nonlinear model to investigate the relation between the cases, incidences, and the death rates with COVID-19. And the factors used were the mobility rainfall, soil radiation, location soil. The pollutants go very good. So the PM class, PM10 has a particular factor of size between greater than or equal to 10 micrometer, and we have the sulfur dioxide SO2, and we took into consideration the temperature lag because we were talking about exposure. You have to look at lag. For example, if you're exposed today, it's not today that you got exposed to any element that it will start manifesting you. It's going to take some time, like 3, 5, and 14 days. So we took the lag into 14 to the maximum. So we use the cross basis function and we use some natural So these distributive statistical parameters used for P4 to other meteorological variables, and we have our coefficients. We see that our coefficients are significant at different significance levels. So we are talking about the relative risk in terms of lag, temperature lag, and the number of data. If we look at the left-hand side, we look at the influence of temperature at different time lags, different temperature readings. So in South Africa, we have between -5 to 25 during the real world data, and also we took the maximum of 14 days lag and the risk. So if we look at this, we realize that the relative risk decreases as temperature increases. Also, for the days, it doesn't have any influence in significant changes, but they have different risks. When we have the relative risk higher, when we have the lag to 3.3, and when we have self-itself, but as the days reduce, that means the dilution would have actually come into play and it has reduced. And it is the overall effect of temperature of COVID-19. So, as you have seen, for the different provinces, we took all the provinces in South Africa. We have over, I think, close to 10,000 data sets that we actually used. And we see that relative risk increases of temperature as also said. And this is pretty difficult showing the influence of PM10 different particles on COVID-19. If we look at this, we see that at the particular when we have a timeline of 3 days, for 3 days, there will be a PM10 has influence on COVID-19 spread for 3 days, like mostly. So, and we have daily trends that we have, and we have a correlation analysis between our cases, death rates, and the variables. Then we also examine the influence of air pollutants levels in South Africa. We realize that during the lockdown, it has significant influence on the reduction of air pollution because we sure that we have traffic-related air pollutants, industrial pollutants, and other things was actually reduced. And we have this trend of meteorological factor and air pollution. Also, population industry was used as a driver, as we have said, and we saw that there is a very linear correlation between population density and the community cases and even death rates. We have also of like 0.685, and this is DLLM different lag times, as we have said, and also for the basic cross plots for the variables and the lags. Then also we use the Tropomi NO2 and NO2 vertical column density, that's the satellite, and we have for the satellite AOG also, we have that is also used for this. So these are the primary conclusions. Meteorological factor parameter transmission of SARS-CoV-2 in South Africa have in other countries, and lockdown have influence on air reduction in this region. The information density drives SARS-CoV-2 transmission in South Africa as it also drives in the region. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Keep it in time.
Now we're going to take
Another
5 centers online. So they will be presenting to us from the various locations. So anyone that want to present online, you can start now.
Yes, I want to present.
Share your screen and then
Can I? Yes, can I? All right, yes. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. So just a moment. Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Oh.
Okay.
Just a second, please. Okay, I think you can go ahead, please.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Henry Ogundolire. And I'm going to be presenting this particular position paper. I am from the industry, so I am going to be moving very, very fast. So I'm standing on the existing protocol. And so the title of my presentation is Using Interactive Learning Domain Model, HILED, of Bloom Taxonomy towards Achieving Sustainable Development Goal 4, and that is Goal 4. I'm starting with this quote, and one of the things that has been discovered that the most fundamental need of human is learning. I know Abraham Maslow said the first need in that hierarchical need is physiological need. But below that, below the rung
You
of...
have 7 minutes to present.
Yes, yes, I know. So below that, it's learning. So learning is very fundamental. So as a way of introduction, pre-COVID, we know that we're not really so much talking about what education it's all about. You know, the quality, we have not been talking it so much as we're talking about it now post-COVID. And what we bring about quality education is learning. We all know that the Goal 4 is talking about ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. And these are the targets. I'm very sure we're familiar with this. This is the means of implementation. We need to create learning environments, scholarships, and teachers. Now, the best way to do that actually is to begin to create learning objectives. And the way all teachers across all levels, primary, secondary, tertiary, any level at all, even technical, the way we ensure we implement quality education or we have access to quality education is through learning objectives. And one of the ways we have been doing that all along is using Bloom's taxonomy. I'm very sure we're all familiar with that. That is having 3 domains: cognitive, affective, and the psychomotor. Now, this is the usual way. This is the way it has always been: cognitive, affective, psychomotor, and I'm very sure we're familiar with this. And what is the major problem with this is linear, kind of, and is independent. Now, of course, we know what that is. Cognitive is, you know, developing the intellectual capacity of learners. And we have the emotional capacity, that is the affective, which is values, emotions, appreciations, and motivation. Then the psychomotor, I'm very sure we're also familiar with this, especially in engineering field. This is more pronounced. Now, the question now is, in reality, what happens in reality is that, will you say cognitive is independent of affective, or psychomotor independent of affective, or vice versa? So what I'm proposing is that I've seen in reality is this particular one, that is interactive learning domain model that is using the interactive form of Bloom taxonomy. And this is what I'm presenting. This is what I'm proposing. We know that this is existing. This is existing, actually, cognitive domain is existing, and the affective domain is also existing. This also is also existing. But in reality, there's no way we can say somebody that is learning has does not have the influence of affective, or somebody that is driving a car or that is building something does not actually have the components of cognitive or affective. So the three are all interacting together. So that has given back to additional 4 elements, and this is this one card, this is PCD, and this is PAD. And when the 3 are interacting together, then we have CPAD. And so we have interaction in this one that I'm proposing. Then in theory, it's independent, but in practice, they are all dependent. They're all working together. So what does CAD mean? What does PCD and what does PAD mean? So we are familiar with the first 3 elements. We're familiar with this. Now, the one I've introduced into is cogno-affective domain. And this other one is PAD, is psycho-affective domain. And PCD is psycho-cognitive domain. So this, the final, when all the 9 elements or 6 elements are all interacting, they are going to be producing something like we call CPAD, and that's psycho-affective domain. So that is where all the 3 are interacting together, especially in engineering, where they have to build something, where they have to build a product. I remember when the keynote speaker was speaking yesterday, was showing us some few things that has been produced. So when we're using all of this, especially in engineering, we are making use of the cognitive, we are making use of affective, and we also make use of psychomotor simultaneously. So not that, not independently, they're all dependent on one another. So, and that means we're having something like interactive learning domain, which is cogno-psycho-affective domain. And that is what I call being human-focused learning, in actual fact. So what does that mean? It is actually, when you are looking at cogno-affective domain, we're saying while developing intellectual capacity, then we must have this understanding of emotional intelligence. I'm very sure we all know what emotional intelligence is all about. Then when we're dealing with psycho-affective domain, we're saying a conscious understanding of emotional intelligence. Then the same thing goes for this. Now, the issue now is SD Go 4 and ILEAD. How does that affect it? We remember that target 7 says education for sustainable development and global citizenship. So what is this implication? What it means is that if you are adopting that interactive model of Bloom taxonomy, it means that teaching learning strategy will keep changing on a continual basis. Teachers' role will change from being a sage on the stage to being a guide on the side. And now that has even changed from being a guide by the side to being a talent manager. Teachers are now talent managers. So then the next thing that will definitely change is that the method of content correction will definitely be changing from time to time. Of course, all right, thank you very much. And contextualization also will definitely, learning is contextual and it's not focused. Access to learning materials will become more pervasive in nature. Then feedback systems will definitely keep changing all over and over. Again, continuous capacity development of teachers, lecturers, will definitely be affected across board. Then collaborative synergy between Gun and Town, we always talk about that, will definitely be eclectic in nature. Design thinking, design approach will be more prominent. DBR will definitely be more appropriate. Then, of course, hybrid learning mode will be more appropriate for connectedness, and social learning will be more encouraged. So the recommendation is that educational stakeholders should take a lead approach in consideration to implement Bloom's taxonomy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Ogundiolore. Can we have the next presenter again online? Anyone that is ready again?
Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Yes, I wouldn't know. I'm scheduled to present in the afternoon. That's in the session B, chaired by Professor Ojuawo.
You can present now.
Okay.
Go ahead and present. All right.
It's no problem then. Good morning once again.
Share your
Can you
screen.
You said what?
Please, can you share your screen?
I would love to, but I'm currently constrained with the network here.
Network?
Yes, the network here.
Okay, you can continue. You have 7 minutes to present. 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. I am, while observing the existing protocol, while observing the existing protocol, I am Dr. Olaraji Samson from the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Kebbi State University of Science and Technology. And the topic I'm presenting is about this planning as a tool of achieving low carbon cities in Nigeria. Of course, there have been discourse on the issues of carbon emission in Nigeria, and that may not be too disconnected from the prosperity of Nigeria and its dependence on fossil fuels. And this is coupled with a high rate of urbanization, as well as the urban trend that is being witnessed, particularly in sub-Saharan African countries. Currently, it has been projected that Nigeria will swell in its urban population to about 300 million, kind of, in the year 2050. And these are great implications in the city side. One, even with the continuous dependence on fossil fuel, we have minor areas where there are carbon emissions. And because of this, the health implication of carbon emissions in Nigerian cities have been well situated in the literature, particularly one, that of causing of cancer and others. So we have to shift focus now to looking at, one, how to achieve low carbon cities in Nigeria, particularly that urban and regional planning deals with the achievement of cities that are safe and healthy. Therefore, land use planning as a central core of urban and regional planning is focused with the achievement of effective alignment of land uses. Mind you, cities are a product of land use fabrications. So I will be looking at what is the relationship between CO2 emissions and what are the trend in Nigeria. Of course, in year 2020, when Vision 2020 was stated, it was aimed that Nigeria will be one of the 20 largest economy in the world. And of course, if this is achieved, the implication is that the Nigeria would increase in electricity by a factor of 9, and the road and freight transport will increase by a factor of 18. Private car ownership will increase by a factor of 3.5. Also, domestic agricultural production will need to increase 6-fold to meet the need of the increasing urban area. And cumulatively, it is established that within the city side, there will be, within the period of 2010 and 2035, that there will be about 11.6 billion tons of CO2 that will be emitted into the atmosphere. And this is even 5 times estimated, this is estimated to be 5 times greater than what we had between the period of 1900 and 2005. Of course, in the submission of the UN Secretary General, he said the challenges of CO2 emission and urban health starts from the city and will only end from the city. So how then can this be achieved using land use planning? Initially in my discourse, I said that there is a connection between cities, land uses, and emission. First, that cities are a product of a fabrication of land uses, and each of these land uses have CO2 emission. And of course, because cities are engines of growth, and then because of that, they use fossil fuels to drive most of their activities. And because of this, we need to look beyond how can we now have a sustainable city and yet with low carbon output, and such is regarded as low carbon cities. First, we need to design transport projects to reduce need for travels. we need to reduce the distance between different land uses. Of course, because of high rate of urbanization, the distance between workplace and home is getting increasingly higher. We need to look at how to reduce this and coming up with what the concept called smart cities. And with that smart cities, is such that you can achieve whatever you want to achieve within a limited period of, let's say, walking distance of 15 minutes. And which means that you have little time to move around within a particular system. Also, there is also a need to improve system management by reducing congestion and inefficiency in the use of transport capacity. And that's the submission of March 2020. And in that regard, it is expected rather that to have this kind of cities, then the use of public transit be encouraged. Also, investing lightly can build sustainable and livable cities and communities. And how can we then invest rightly? Is to switch focus from these sophisticated yet not environmentally conscious materials, particularly building materials, transport and waste infrastructure that could deliver half the emission reduction. We should shift focus now to more considerate building materials. You agree with me that the use of clay for building and the use of earth-related materials and the use of transmitted plant materials for production, thank you very much, can we help in this regard? Why, of course, low carbon development opportunities for Nigeria is achievable if we can actually place emphasis on several other areas, like one, ensuring that land uses are developed in such a rational manner that we can have a garnishing of both nature and the artificial element. And with this, I'm quite sure, of course, I'm sorry that the slide cannot be projected due to network around here. And I'm sure if by the end of this discourse, I'll make the paper available for general view and then others. And of course, lastly, I would just say that compact city and multi-sector network also is advocated to be promoted. I'm quite sure that with this will help us in achieving low carbon cities with the utilization of land use planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olarewaju Samuel, for that presentation. Do we have any other one online?
Yes, okay. Good morning.
Dr. Jimmy Awokola.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Please share your slide.
Okay, I've done that. Is it up?
All right. So you have 7 minutes for your presentation.
All right, thank you so much. Permit me to stand on exam protocol. My name is Jimmy Awokola. I'm presenting a very quick work titled towards developing a digital literacy framework for sustainable development in the Nigerian ICT space. And it's more like a position paper, and I would like to present it briefly within the little time that I have. So, so as a way of introduction, I like to define digital literacy. Well, is the ability to find, evaluate, and share, use, create content using information and communication technology and the internet. Of course, we all know that especially with the advent of the COVID, this has become a major enabler for us to build an inclusive society and a knowledge-based economy. The use of digital technologies is very important. It affects every aspect of work. Now, we all can see, for example, we're having this conference remotely. People are connecting from everywhere. This is the new normal. This is the new way of life. So what we're trying to say in this paper is that how then do we ensure that we have a society that has a sizable number of people who we can say they are digital literate. That is, they can use, they can interact with, they can use digital technologies and the internet to do work, to create content, and to do what they do on a day-to-day basis. Of course, we all know that technology is a game changer right now, and it is changing the way we do everything, the way we live, the way we work, the way we do everything. So now digital literacy is already a global priority because it's now a minimum requirement for employment and promotion in both public and private sectors. Of course, even in Nigeria right now, as well as all over the world. Now you see job employment and you see like marketer, or the job is even the job of just somebody that would sit down and take a role in the office. They will tell you that computer literacy is an added advantage. So, of course, digital literacy is more than using software and digital devices. It also includes a large variety of skills. Sorry, back to that slide. It also includes a large variety of complex skills like cognitive skills, motor skills, sociological skills, emotional skills that users need to be effective in a digital environment. And of course, we all know that the future of work is moving towards remote and digital. Like the presenter that spoke about the Blues taxonomy and the need for us to change our mode of learning, it's important that we also look at how people can engage in activities that will help them grow and enhance their ability to engage, use, and deploy technology very well. So that is the crux of this work. Of course, an ongoing work. It is not just a theoretical research, but it's also something that we have practically begun to engage communities and in putting it to place. So basically, the main thrust of this work is to drive ICT development in Nigeria by adopting an improved digital literacy framework known as IC3. So the IC3 is an existing digital literacy framework. And what we have tried to do by this study is we have tried to look at how this framework, which is globally recognized, can be adopted in the Nigerian space to change the face of digital literacy. That is, to improve how people use and adopt technology and how they make it happen in their day-to-day work. So IC3 is based on global best practices, and it is built around requirements of education, test development, industry, and it lays a foundation for every job and every field of career. In other words, IC3 has taken care of almost every field of human endeavor where you might need technology, because the technology needs of an engineer will be different from the technology needs of somebody who works in the creative industry. Likewise, the technology needs of a teacher will be different from the technology needs of a lawyer or a business manager. So the IC3 framework has within it different skill compartments, which everybody, irrespective of their walk of life, can be able to see the requisite technology they need to learn, and they can learn it, and they will be able to have a global standard benchmark, because we understand right now that we are living in an era of skills. So it is important that when we have skills, our skills should be matched with global standard so that we can be able to be globally relevant. So IC3 is actually a stepping stone into this ICT development that we're talking about, and is a fundamental tool for measuring proficiency in the latest key technology. Of course, ICT was created by Certiport in the year 2000, and since then, it is constantly being updated and worked on from time to time to address the needs of having globally recognized and accepted standards of basic computing knowledge. So very quickly, this is the IC3 curriculum, which our research team has been privileged to be a part of the team that is driving IC3 in Nigeria. So a lot of local content has been put into it. So when you go through the IC3 fundamental, this is the basic thing that everybody learns. So IC3 will try to move an individual from point zero in terms of digital literacy to the level where the individual is able to successfully relate with basic computing technologies and environments. So you start from the computing fundamentals, where you get introduced to the basics of computers. Then you move to key applications. That is, you are able to do word processing, you are able to do spreadsheets, you're able to handle databases, make presentations and all that. And then the final module, which is living online. So this is the framework that we're talking about, the IC3 framework, which we have been able to add and modify a bit. Now, you begin from IC3 Fast Track, which is you do a benchmarking. And once you have been able to succeed at the benchmarking tests your current level of knowledge in technology, then you now move to the Digital Literacy Foundation, which is the IC3 Foundation. Then from there, depending on your field, you now branch out. So for those who are in education, we have Microsoft, the IC3, it has a body of knowledge in that area. Then for those who are in information technology core, cybersecurity, app development, we see that. Those that are in business management, those that are in accounting and engineering and all that is spread. So this is just like a screenshot or a summary of what IC3 does. So as I try to conclude, because there is very little time to go into details, with IC3, we can achieve a new standard in ICT development and digital literacy. And of course, this will help us to have a world or a society that is better positioned for global relevance. Thank you so much.
Kola for that beautiful presentation. The next presenter now is Ige Abosede Oluwakemi. Ige Abosede Oluwakemi. You are welcome. Okay, you can start. You have 7 minutes. Ige Abosede Oluwakemi. Okay, if there's another person that is ready, you can start. Okay, can you put it to full screen?
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Please, I'm trying to share the screen.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Please, can you see my slides?
No, not yet.
Please, you will see share screen button, green at the bottom of your screen.
Yes.
At the bottom of your screen, share screen. So, all right, it's coming up.
Okay. Sorry, can you see it now?
Are you using phone?
Hello, I can hear you.
Are you using a phone or a laptop?
What did you say? I'm using a laptop.
Are you using a laptop? Okay, okay. Can you put it in full screen? Go to slideshow at the top of your screen.
Okay.
Slideshow. Can you see it? Okay, then go to slideshow. Or press F, yes, slideshow, yes. And then the first one from the beginning. From the beginning there. Okay.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Sorry, please.
Why?
Hello, please. I'm trying to delete
You can start,
the video.
please.
Sorry, please. I'm trying to delete the video that I sent initially.
With the presentation, you can jump that.
You have 7 minutes for your presentation.
You have 7 minutes for your presentation, and your time starts now.
Okay.
Please put it in full screen. Just press from the beginning. From beginning there, okay. At the top left.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm almost done. Sorry, please, I'm almost through. I'm trying to delete the videos so that I can speak to it directly.
Okay, all right.
Okay. I'm almost done. Okay, I'm set. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ige Abosede Oluwakemi, and I'm presenting a research paper titled Economics of Gender Involvement in Palm Fruit Processing in Southwest Nigeria. The other authors are Mr. Modara Damilola and Professor Oluwashola Oluwemimo from Obafemi Awolowo University.
Thank you.
Palm fruit tree is a crop of high economic importance in the tropics with high yielding oils. There are two major oils. We have the palm oil and the palm kernel oil, which are also essential tradable commodities in Nigeria. One impressive attribute of palm fruit tree is that almost every part of that tree has economic value, making it the most effective avenue for employment generation. It serves as source of direct and indirect employment for millions of semi-skilled individuals in Nigeria. It also serves as an avenue for poverty reduction, food security, and livelihood enhancement in rural areas of southwest Nigeria. Nigeria was formerly the foremost producer and exporter of palm oil and palm kernel products. However, Malaysia and Indonesia occupied the first and second position globally, producing an average of about 8 to 12 million tons annually. This has relegated Nigeria to the third position. Today, Nigeria is a net importer of palm oil because we have a deficit of about 1.2 million metric tons as we are unable to meet our local consumption. This shows that there is a huge and expanding market for palm oil and palm kernel cake in Nigeria. Several efforts have been made to increase oil palm production in Nigeria, such as the World Bank had initiated several projects in Nigeria to increase the processing of palm fruits in order to increase our output. Also, NIFOR developed an efficient small-scale processing equipment known as the Integrated Motorized Digester to help small-scale producers to increase their output. Also, there is another program which is known as the Partnership Intervention of Niger Delta to facilitate industrialization of oil palm processing, especially in Ondo State. However, these efforts have not yielded significant results as a result of the small-scale operation and the low adoption of these processing units, as most of these small-scale farmers have limited capital base. That is, majority of them do not have access to finance. There's also the problem of gender insensitivity in the design of these machineries, as most of these machines are not designed to suit the female physique. There's also the problem of untrained personnel manning the training facilities, and most of these, most of the processors are not organized in associations. This affects their output and also market information. There have been several studies on palm fruit processing, which has been carried out on the gender involvement, but majority of these studies did not compare the earning capacity of the male and the female processors, hence the study. This study therefore identified the socioeconomic characteristics of the male and the female palm fruit processors. It profiled their gender involvement in palm fruit processing. It estimated the cost and returns to male and female palm fruit processors, determined the factors influencing gross income of male and female palm fruit processors, and identified the constraints facing palm fruit processing along gender line in Southwest Nigeria. The study was carried out in Southwest Nigeria. A must-test technique was employed in selecting two states, that is Osun and Odo states, because of the prevalence of the quantum of oil output, palm oil output from those states. At the second stage, there was random selection of 4 local government areas from Odo State and 2 local government areas from Osun State. The third stage involved the selection of 2 villages known for palm processing. And at the fourth stage, 12 palm oil processors and 5 palm kernel oil processors were randomly selected from each village. In all, a total of 144 palm oil processors and 60 palm kernel oil processors were interviewed. However, only 183 questionnaires were used for the analysis. The objective 1, which is to determine the socioeconomic characteristics of the male and female palm fruit processors, was analyzed using descriptive statistics, while the objective 2, which was to profile the gender involvement in palm fruit processing, was analyzed using descriptive analysis. The objective 3, which was to estimate the cost and returns to male and female palm fruit processors, was analyzed using budgetary technique, while the fourth objective, which is to determine the factors influencing gross income of male and female palm fruit processors, was analyzed using OLS, multiple regression, and the last objective was analyzed using relative significance index. The first objective, this shows that in the palm oil enterprise, there is female dominance. In the palm oil enterprise, we have female dominance, while in the palm kernel oil enterprise, you have male dominance. Then the result also shows that the mean age for both the palm oil and the palm kernel oil is around 48 and 44 years, showing that majority of them are in their productive years, and the family size is about 5%. The result also shows that majority of the operators for the palm oil and the palm kernel oil are literate, they have formal education, they are married, indicating that there's availability of family labor. They have, for the palm oil enterprise, they have about 19 years of experience, showing that they've been in that industry for a while. And for palm kernel, they have about 15 years of experience. The result of the table also shows that 51% of the palm oil, about 50% of the palm oil enterprise, they are members of cooperative societies, while for palm kernel, about 57%. However, majority of them do not have access to credit. And the table also shows that for the palm oil enterprise, the processing technique employed is semi-mechanical. That is, they use both the traditional and the mechanical method. While for the palm kernel oil enterprise, about 25%, about 55% of the majority use mechanical techniques. Now, the second table, this shows the gender distribution in the palm fruit processing. For the palm oil sector, there is a male dominance in the harvesting of palm fruits. The male gender are involved majorly in the splitting of fresh bunch. They are also involved in fruit digestion, while the female are involved majorly in transportation of the bunch, in the fruit picking, in pulp pressing, in fetching of water, in boiling of fruit, and in also drying of palm oil and packaging. However, the children are involved in the fetching, majorly in fetching of water. For the palm kernel oil enterprise, there's a male dominance in the cracking of the nut and in the pressing of the kernel, whereas the female gender are involved majorly in the of the kernel from the nut and packaging of the palm kernel oil, while the children are also involved in sorting of the kernel from the nut. This table shows the cost and return to palm oil processing in Southwest Nigeria. Okay, this table shows that palm oil production is profitable for both the palm oil product. Sorry, that palm oil production and palm kernel oil is profitable, and that they are able to cover their expenses in their production. This table, the regression table, shows that the factors that influence their gross margin are the age of the processors, the marital status, the household size, membership of association, and transportation costs. While for the palm kernel oil industry enterprise, the factors that influence their gross income are the marital status, the year spent in school, membership of association.
Yes, please, Ms. Giabosede, you have overused your. So because we asked you to stop, you didn't, so I had to forcefully stop you, and that's why I did that.
Okay. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Igiabosede, you are not hearing us. Maybe you do better next time. We call on the next presenter. Okoyemi Fadipe, are you ready now?
Yes, I am.
All right, so you are on now. You have 7 minutes. Please make sure you are mindful of time. Can you share your screen? All right. That's the 5th one. 5th one. This is the 5th one.
They are standing on the existing protocol. Greetings to everyone present online and standing on the protocol that exists. I'm here to make a presentation on performance evaluation of an inverted downdraft biomass gasifier cook stove by Orishale J.I. Adefi O.A. Ogundari A.A. Fadipe O.L. and Okwe A.A. We all know that energy has become increasing day by day, because as the world increases, we need energy. And over 50% of the energy used in developing countries is utilized for cooking and various traditional cooking. Cooking is responsible for about 5% of the greenhouse gas emission worldwide, and around 50% of the energy of the solid fuel cooking are saved with low cost and high benefits. To design these biomass cook stove, these are the various formula which we have to put: the energy, the fuel consumption, the diameter, and the height of the reactor. The various formula: the air fuel ratio, the time taking, the velocity, and also the volume flow rate of air, which we can see in the slide. This is showing the figure of the biomass cook stove that was developed and the various parameters which we use of the burner and the thickness of the insulation as well. Now, what do we want to test? It's actually an experiment. We want to test some stuff like combo, palm kernel shell, coconut shell, and wood chip. And there are some promising analysis which we want to do, and there are the ash content and the fixed carbon and the Google type matters. We also have some formula which we'll be using the fuel consumption, FCR. We can see the formula on the screen. We also have the specific gasification rate. We have that on the. Also, we do doing boiling test and frying test, which we usually support to calculate. And also, we need to calculate the cooking stove efficiency from the boiling water, which we have there on our screen. These are the various
experiment was done, and here we have it now. For the wood chip, for the corn beef, for the palm kernel shell, for the coconut shell, the various percentage, the ash content, the eating value, the fixed carbon. Now, what we now do is that with time and the temperature, we draw a graph to determine how it varies with time and the temperature, which you can see in this graph. And then we could see that when we did the boiling, the wood chip took about 5.5 minutes to boil. The coconut chip took about 7.3. The palm kernel shell took 7.75. While the coconut took the highest time, which is 8.72. We also compare the cook stove under the 3-stone stove, and also the performance of the cook stove to know which one is better. As we can see, this is a 3-stone cook stove, a kerosene cook stove, and also we use our home to know which one has the most better. As you can see, one has the most highest graph, which is going up. As you can see, the graph is high with time, which is the blue line. We also did, as we said, we want to do the cooling time, the frying time, and the cooking time for the various material that was used, the wood chip, the coconut shell, the palm kernel shell, as well as the corn cob, so that you can know the one that gives us the highest cooking time, as we can see, is the corn cob, as you can see from the diagram in our front. We also try to do the efficiency of the cook stove, and the one that gave the highest efficiency was the wood chip, which you can see. And the gas cafeteria rate ranges from 85.89 to 102.25 kg per meter square hour. In conclusion, these studies has evaluated the performance of a developed inverted downmass biomass cook stove. We did some analysis on various materials, the corn cobs, the palm kernel, the coconut ops, as well as the wood chip. Also, we did boiling test, frying test, and cooking test, and which we revealed that the wood chip has the best performance, while the combi has the least performance when we come to cooking test, the frying test, and the cooking test. The efficiency of the cook stove was estimated, and it was fine for the various material. Wood was 20.76%, the coconut shell was 16.85%, the palm kernel was 15.85%, while the combi was 10.55%. Now, the average performance of the cook stove for the all-world revealed that the cook stove performance is better than a 3-stone stove and the kerosene stove, which we use generally traditionally used at home. Thank you so much for listening to the presentation. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koyemi Fadikwe, for that beautiful presentation. You are actually within time. Before we round up this session, we take one more presentation online by Dr. Oyewo Isaac. Dr. Oyewo Isaac, are you ready now? Dr. Oyewo Isaac, we are inviting you now for your presentation. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. We could not have Dr. Oyewo Isaac coming online. So
good afternoon.
This will be the end of this. Is it?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Oyewo Isaac.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, you have 7 minutes
so much
to present.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here to present.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do now.
Okay.
third paper on awareness of climate change and adoption of improved production practice by cassava farmers in Nigeria.
Please share your screen.
And as we can see, production agriculture has traditionally been.
Can you share your screen?
Okay, is it not? I can see it here. Okay.
We cannot see you. We can't see your screen. There's another person. Another city will sure. Okay. All right. In the next session, we'll be taking Dr. Isaac and others that are ready. Let's round up this session. Let me invite the rapporteur, Dr. Laoye, to come and give us a very brief summary of all the presentations. Thank you. Please. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with those who presented first before going to the online presentation, physical presentation, before online presentation. The first presenter presented on engaging indigenous education in the process of achieving sustainable development goals. And he has identified, he started with identifying some problems and how we can use indigenous education to solve most of our problems and how we can integrate it into our education system for us to achieve indigenous goals. Because there are some people that has insight knowledge of the situation of things, and we cannot throw away their knowledge. We have to incorporate all their knowledge into our education system for it to be more robust. And that's part of what he has presented to us. I will go to the second one because he said this should be very good. The second one, the presenter said is on your CV. She did evaluation medium-sized generator using gasoline and liquefied petroleum gas as energy sources. And he has identified problems with Nigerian electricity problem, electricity situation in Nigeria, that we have unstable electricity supply in Nigeria, and we have to look for alternative sources of energy. We try to use different methods how to combine petrol generator using both petrol and gas as source of energy. And with his presentation, he employed the use of commercial kits that can use which one the user is intended to use. And after his own evaluation, he observed that it's more economical to use natural gas than using gasoline, gasoline as a source of energy. And gasoline has environmental, it pollutes the environment more than the natural gas. This third presenter is Yola Waifu, presented preliminary evidence of CO2 emission from soil. The presenter is preliminary evidence of CO2 emission from soil amended with different fertilizer and evaporation. So she tried to identify two examples and try to look at the importance of putting carbon, how it reduces the CO2 emission, and how that will use of fertilizer on the field, and how we can reduce that one to improve the crop yield, and tried to investigate. During the investigation, she used two conditions: the field and the environmental condition. And the result, the CO2 reduction reduces for the during trial method, the CO2 reduces, and when compared with the environmental, due to environmental condition, the field condition, there's increase in CO2 production, and that will be due to the environmental factor and some other things. Then the fourth one is on compost stability. The presenter is with the Yola YB deal with compost stability, toxicity, and nutrient quality as influenced by two composing feedstock-based modalities. And she tried to look at how we can use the agro waste for improved production of things in Nigeria, and try to use 4 feedstock. 5 compost type was used, and she tries to investigate look at the temperature sustainability of all the product, the one that can sustain temperature, and the effect of high temperature on the product. And different parameters were noted for different mixture. And the saying that the mixture showing the encouraging result of feedstock. And then 5th one is the methodology A. She did on soil physical properties and soil being yield as influenced by soil compaction in Ogbomoso, Nigeria. She tried to investigate the importance of using the importance of soil compaction or yield of soybeans, and tried to look at the effect of multiple run of tractor on farmland. And she tried to look at the effect on the yield of soybean, tried to investigate some certain parameters of the soybean. There are some certain things that she mentioned that were not initially affecting the reduction of the property of the soil itself, but when you look at the yield of the soybean, has affected some of the. So she is now proposing that the farmers should reduce the rate of using tractor, the number of masses, so that it will not compact soil too much for the soil to be able to bring more yield. The 6th one of physical presentation, which is the last one, attending on J, atmospheric pollution, COVID-19 in Africa, the South African case. She tried to look at the effect of atmospheric condition, looking at the effect of lockdown, the temperature of prevalence of COVID-19, especially in South Africa, looking at the effect of temperature, the environmental condition, or all those. He identified that when during the lockdown, the population density also affected. The population density was reduced and the pollution was reduced, and therefore that will reduce the spread of COVID-19 and some other meteorological parameters which influence the spread of COVID-19 were identified. The online presentation. The first one is Henry Ogun, presented on using interactive learning domain model of
model of Bloom taxonomy.
Okay. Towards achieving the SDG goal. Yes. Okay. So So he identified the importance of education, and there are some certain parameters in education which are very important. Is talking about the cognitive, affective, and psychomotive domain. And if we can blend all these characteristics together, then we gain effective learning. And whoever wants to use all this one for proper interactive learning must be able to all these methods. The second one is Olarewaju Samson. Topic is land use planning as a tool of achieving low carbon city in Nigeria. All right. The focus is on the effective use of Land Use Act, how we can use it to reduce the emission. And it's saying that if we have proper planning of our society, that one can reduce the production of CO2. And it says most of our cities are being polluted with CO2 as a result of most of them are cars that give out CO2 emission. And proper planning of our society, making it a smart city, can actually reduce the effect, the production of CO2 and make our life more better. And if we can spread the population density across our cities, that one will also reduce all this pollution. And he said compact city should be promoted in our planning city. So the third one is Dr. Awukola Jimmy. The topic is towards development, developing a digital literacy framework for sustainable development.
For sustainable ICT development.
For sustainable ICT development in Nigeria. So, all right. The presenter identified the importance of ICT, especially during the lockdown that we have just faced recently, that a lot of people face a lot of challenges in exploring the use of ICT as a means of interacting with people, especially those who are far away. That if we can incorporate some of these things into our life and make the ICT training available for people, then most people will be able to employ it and make life easy. And it says ICT 3 is based on global best practice and requirements of reduction this problem we are talking about. So it says ICT 3 is a stepping stone into the ICT development career, and it tries to highlight some of the things that they are trying to train people on. And this one can help us in achieving high digital literacy. The first one, Ige Abosede Oluwafemi, presented economy of gender involvement in palm fruit processing in Southwest Nigeria. She tries to identify the major, she divided the production of palm fruit into two, palm kernel and the palm oil production. And she said palm oil production is mainly dominated by female, while the palm kernel is dominated by male. And all those ones affect the rate of production. And that's why we have not been able to utilize the production of palm oil to the fullest in our nation. And that is affecting the rate of production in Nigeria, affecting our economy too. A lot of money could be made from all those ones. And also, he said, in terms of age, the average rate of those who are involved in this thing are 44 years old, and they have a good number of experience between 12 and 15 years, which can be used to improve the production. But the means of their production is semi-mechanical, which greatly affect the rate of production. And number 5, Fadipe Okweyemi. The topic is performance evaluation of an inverted down-drop biomass gasifier. He mentioned how he designed the biomass cook stove using standard equations, and how using different feedstock to test the gasifier, the cook stove produced using wood chips, corn, palm kernel shell, and coconut shells. And she tried to evaluate the efficiency. The efficiency varied from 15 to 20.7, and he concluded that the designed biomass gasifier performs better than kerosene stove and stone stove. Thank you very much. Wonderful hotel. That's beautiful summary. Can you give a rabbit to everybody? This paper presentation, physical and online, we have about 5 presentations. This is time for question and answer, and we will also take all the questions and answers together, and then we will have all the presenters responding to all the questions. Okay? Now, if you have questions, can you raise up your hand with any of the presentations? Then we can. Anybody have any question with any of the presentations? Okay. Is there another one? Okay, we have one question there. Okay, can you hear me? You can stand up and maybe you can come to the mic so that those online can also. You can come and take it.
Hello, sir. From Howard, I want to ask a question. I cannot see you before making the man that presented on indigenous education.
Yes.
So,
where is he? Mr. Kaode Olalekan. No.
So, I think my question.
So you can't ask your question if he's not.
I'll make it like a comment.
Maybe you should make it a comment.
From his presentation, was beautiful. But my comment was he mentioned indigenous education compared to the Western one. He did not really tell us what that indigenous education is. It was just education. So it's a comment. You can.
Thank you. I also have a question here. You did really define what is African indigenous education, but it's not allowed one to explain. Let me just ask 1 or 2 questions also here, so that before we come to the end of this. Let me ask you now, from your findings on compost stability, phytotoxicity, and all of that, what will you now say to farmers? What will be the importance of the findings to the use of compost? Yeah. You can comment. We can answer that.
Yes,
your findings.
Yes, from the findings. The compost, as it's well, is an organic product. And and all this, the feedstock for the compost production was obtained from the farm too. So it's a way of from the farm back to the farm. And this will serve as a means of increasing carbon in the soil. And for compost too, a lot of benefits have been associated with the use of compost compared to what we are known for around there. We just make use of chemical fertilizers indiscriminately. Whether the soil needs them or we don't need them, just load our soil and a lot of adverse effects has been, there are data to support that. Now, with the use of compost now that they are prepared locally, the farmer tends to save some money as compared to the excess money that is paid on procuring these chemical fertilizers. It saves money and even the quality of the products that it will produce with this compost will have a beneficial effects on the health of the consumers. And this compost too, they are known for their ability to be able to hold nutrients well in the soil and conserve water. And it goes a long way to even minimize nutrient leaching, and that leads to cleaner water, both at the surface and the subsurface. And the environment is safe. The farmer produces more quality products from the use of this compost, and they save money. The money will have spent on procuring chemical fertilizers that will even damage the soil further and even give toxic metabolites in the soil and even in the plants to be consumed. Taking care of through the use of this compost. And these feedstocks too, the material used to produce them, they are next to waste on the farm. So it's a way of converting them into useful products that are returned back to the soil, and we are able to have cleaner environments.
Thank you very much. My next question is to Mr. Adela. President of the Research Commission. Okay. He's coming back. Can we also ask some of our presenters some questions? Mr. Is he still there? We are talking about interactive learning by role model of one person towards achieving anything goal. Is he still online? He's not online. Okay. Let me ask the last question from the authorities. Okay. You are talking about.
Are they talking to me?
Practical classes, so that because you'll find it exactly the fact that
the audio is cloudy.
Frequency of use of increased soil compaction, which enables the growth of the plants and invasion. Now, my question is that, okay, when we do tillage operations in a mechanized farm, we use tractors for clearing and then for plowing, as the case is. I want to ask that after you use a tractor for plowing, before you plant, and then you don't have any of that, are you still saying that we still need to reduce the usage of tractors if we use tractor in mechanism, in that form, clearly reduce the plowing and mowing.
Thank you, sir. The plowing region may not be, you may not avoid it, it may not be avoided on the field. That is, you just have to do it if you are doing large-scale farming. Yeah. But there are other practices on the field, maybe harvesting, application of herbicides, and all that. Yeah, and it may not be seen with immediate effects. But the subsequent harvesting application of herbicide, all those practices on the field can add to the yes. That's what I mean by reducing the
not at the initial stage.
No. Yes. And it's not included in my work. But planning the crop residue too is not included in this project. Planning the crop residue can reduce or promote soil structure and reduce the soil compaction. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watson. To that, we want to come to the end of this presentation. We will take a small break so that the next set of presenters can come and write their presentation. Professor Mrs. Professor Mrs. Aremo, okay. That's the chairman for the next presentation. Please permit me to, okay, as the chairman is coming, please, those who have registered for the next session, can you begin to come forward to upload your presentation? Permit me to also invite Dr. Olanero to be the proper in place for this event. Please, thank you very much. We are most grateful. Okay. So, we upload our presentation and then okay.
No, the same thing, same thing. This one, same thing, it could change. Parallel 1 year, yes.
So the same,
everything the same.
Yes.
Let's write our name first.
Ààrẹ ẹ mọ́ lábẹ́jọ.
How far back?
All right. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah? This one?
Yes, sir.
People, you don't know how to save document for public use. Instead of using your name that was first see, everybody's putting HUMBOLDT. Now when you come back, now you start searching for this thing. Eh? HUMBOLDT, you put your name, Adekunle _HUMBOLDT Ogbomoso.
Kẹ̀tù wá bá wọn tún ṣe.
Yóò tún ṣe wọ́n máa wá náà ni.
Wọ́n máa wá kiri.
Dáì, wọ́n máa wá náà ni kí wọ́n lọ fẹ́ ṣe. Kí lọ fẹ́ correct it.
Wọ́n á máa ṣe lẹ́yìn ọ̀sẹ̀ kan.
No, ẹ kò lè pẹ́. Akẹ́kẹ́. Ìwọ náà rí orí báyìí. Orúkọ yẹn lẹ́yìn fi máa ń sin nǹkan báyìí. Fún public you put your name, which one? Ìwọ náà sí HUMBOLDT 2021. So many HUMBOLDT 2021 here.
Ẹ bá mi ní ìmẹ̀lẹ̀ nǹkan náà. Ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí kò rẹ̀.
Kí ni fi ṣe? That's the way to save things. You put the name. Presentation. Finish. Qualifying. This one. This one. See many information. Which one is yours now? This one. No problem. Finish. That's the best, that's the way to save things. With your name. Payment, payment. Yeah, about quality, my dog.
Good afternoon, everyone. You are welcome to the second. You are welcome. You are welcome to the second session of the presentation. So, out of the names on the list, we are going to take number 1 to 10. Each presenter we have 5 minutes for presentation. After which we are going to take 5 from online, and after those received presentations, there will be time for question and answers. So, the number 1 on the list is Salahuddin Sikiru. You can come forward for the presentation. additional 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Saladin S. I'm presenting the department of global warming and the associated effects and significant. These are the outlines. The study widely explores existing scientific literatures on historical and potential impact of global warming in a view to understand these basic things about global warming, the present and the future scenarios. Global warming in brief was simply the observed century scale rises average temperature of the Earth's climate system. Before we have the climate, we have the weather, which is the condition of a place measured over a short period of time, while climate is measured over a long period of time. Whenever there is any changes in the elements of weather, we have what is known as climate change. Climate change usually goes interchangeably with global warming, but in actual fact, they are different. The causes of global warming are basically two: the natural cause, which is as a result of the Earth rotation and solar radiation, and the major ones today, which is the human anthropogenic factors. And these human anthropogenic factors are divided into two. Those that reduce the amount of carbon absorbed by the atmosphere, which is basically deforestation, industrialization, and so on. While those that emit greenhouse gases, such as fossil fuel burning, gas firing, and so on. Now, these greenhouse gases are basically the gases which, when in the atmosphere, they allow the sunlight to come into the earth. They prevent the warming up of the earth. The heat generated as a result is prevented from escaping, thereby creating the greenhouse gas effect. The greenhouse gases that are available in the order of their abundance are listed below: carbon dioxide, methane, and so on and so forth. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change include chlorofluorocarbons, while others are the halos and so on and so forth, according to the number. Now, what are the sources of greenhouse gases? It's basically coming from burning of coal and fossil fuel, 3% oil, 3%, and so on. Other sources are agricultural pesticides and also come from industrial processes. The global warming trends. This shows that the atmosphere averagely in the world has been warming and at an alarming rate, which is more prevalent and more higher in Africa than other places worldwide, considering the average temperature of the world and average temperature of Africa. This table summarizes the various trends of global warming across the world. This one also shows the ranking of the world yearly, that is the yearly ranking, which placed 2016 as the hottest year, followed by 2020, which was just last year. And when we look at the table, it indicates that the last 6 years have been warmer successively than any prevailing years. Now, the temperature projection, when we look at this chart, the left-hand side shows the trend of the warming. And when we look at from year 2000, we see that there is a red line that moves up. It shows that the greenhouse gas that has already been generated will continue to cause excessive warming in that rate if it is not stopped. So currently the world is at RCP 8.5. which is very, very high, and pose a great danger in the present and in the future. Then the black line that follows shows that when we look at that line from 2000, it indicates that the warming will still continue, but considering the greenhouse gas that is already available. But if it is cut and reduced to a minimum state, it will gradually come to a stable state. While the right-hand side indicates the various situations that will result as a result of this warming. The yellow indicates that the situation is moderate, depending on the temperature when we look at the bar. If the temperature is above that stage, we say that those situations will be very high, and very, very high in the orange situation. Now, the rising temperature of the earth has various effects. The effects include drought and wildlife intensification, the wildfire. We have, when we look at the picture, we see wildfire. When everywhere is dark, the atmosphere is dark. We have in places like US and Australia, we have lightning, which will occur during that period and can ignite fire. Irregular precipitation is also an effect of global warming. Arctic sea and mountain ice decline is also part of the global warming effect. Then flood and population displacement. According to Brian and Andrea, this table shows that the population displacement as a result of flood will be higher going by the current emission, with the brown line showing that the emission is very high and population displacement as a result of melting ice, severe and a very high rainfall, and so on as a result of population displacement. This will be an example of that. Other effects include the following: surface water and climate, aquatic life decimation, increase of pests, pathogens, and infectious disease, endangered food security, risk of human health, decline in energy generation and supply, economic downturn. Remedies: the effect of this global warming are usually fatal and mostly reversible, not directly remediable. Thus, the main thing is that we should adopt serious adaptive and preventive measures, coupled with effective research proven implementation policy, implementation and proper monitoring and capture the recognition from the studies. Conclusion: carbon dioxide has been observed as a major greenhouse gases available today, and has been sourced from various human activities, Now, these are the recommendations, and
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Salaudin, for the beautiful presentation. So you have to hang around for the questions. So the next presenter is Ajayi Julius. Let Mr. Odio Samson to be getting ready after Ajayi Julius. Which is your
Did you say Pastor Ajayi?
Yes.
Next, after you open do something. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ajay Julius from the Department of Transport Management, and I'm presenting research titled Impact of Intermediate Public Transport Services on the Accessibility of Physically Challenged Individuals to Basic Education in Ogbomoso. There are over 25 million physically challenged Nigerians who experience lower levels of opportunities in the society. And in fact, it is stated that the greatest difficulty of physically challenged individuals is impediment in mobility and limited access to public transportation. Therefore, intermediate public transport services, or what is popularly called paratransit, is seen as a credible alternative for meeting their mobility needs. Paratransit are called alongside transit because they bridge the gap between people and conventional mass transit, which operates using deep buses. And common examples we have around us are taxis, motorcycles, and tricycles. IPTs, as they are called in this study, offer significant benefits, which includes demand responsiveness and ease of mobility. However, physically challenged individuals experience certain accessibility problems, which include boarding and alighting difficulties, scheduling problems, long waiting time, and discrimination, among others. And existing studies have not considered the influence of the use of IPTs on the mobility of physically challenged people and their access to opportunities such as education. The study therefore examined the impact of IPTs on the mobility of physically challenged individuals to selected schools in Ogbomoso. The objectives basically are to identify the travel characteristics of these people and to examine the impact of the service characteristics of IPTs on the accessibility of physically challenged individuals to basic education. An hypothesis is stated in the study, and the study will help in encouraging social inclusiveness of this category of people and form a baseline for policy making in the future. The author conceptualized this framework, which involved 6 factors which influence the accessibility of physically challenged individuals to opportunities. And 2 educational centers were selected for this study in Ogbomoso: the Nigerian Training Center for the Blind and the Community School for the Handicapped. Purposive sampling and incidental sampling were adopted for sampling, and according to Payne and McMorris, 1967, the population of the study was compared to the table, and 113 physically challenged individuals were selected. Primary data was adopted in the course of the study, and descriptive and inferential statistics were used, and multiple linear regression was used in order to results and discussion. Now, out of the 113 administered questionnaire, 96 copies were retrieved and found analyzable. This first result showed that the major need or the major purpose of journey for physically challenged individuals is education within the study area, as represented by 52%. It is followed therefore by their social needs, and most of them make 2 journeys in a day, and that suggests that their mobility is greatly impeded, and they have limited mobility because of their conditions and because of the inaccessible transport system to them. Now, based on this table, it is seen that motorcycle, out of the 3 paratransit modes, motorcycle is the major paratransit mode which these people employ in making their mobility. And the reason is not far-fetched because motorcycle can maneuver and it is fast in urban setting. Now, according to the regression table, it was found out that 0.014, which is below the 0.05 threshold, is the statistical value, which is lower. I mean, which signifies that the table, the statistical table is significant, and therefore IPT service characteristic has effect on the accessibility of physically challenged individuals to education. According to the coefficient of contributing variables, 3 factors were identified because they have the positive coefficients. They are physical accessibility, availability of transport means, and safety. These are the major factors which influence the accessibility of physically challenged individuals to basic education. A summary of the findings. The findings revealed that access to educational facilities is the most important mobility needs of physically challenged individuals, and that it satisfied is using motorcycle operation. Safety concerns, physical accessibility and availability of modes are the statistically significant factors determining choice of accessibility. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next presenter, Ojo Samson.
Samson.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ojo Samson Yoda. I'm here to present a paper titled Energy Efficient Cooperative Ground Sensing for Primary User Detection in the Cognitive Radio Network using IG Value Detector. Yeah, this is my presentation outline. Introduction. Wireless communication is a transfer of information from one point to another through an unbounded environment. And over the year, there has been an increase in the demand of wireless communication service. And this is due to the fact that the system is not limited by distance. Now,
okay, the next not going?
Yes.
Next. You have 3 minutes.
So as I was saying, wireless communication is a transfer of information from one point to another through an unbounded environment. And over the years, there has been an increase in the demand of wireless communication service. And this is due to the fact that the system is not limited by distance. Now, the rapid increase in the number of users accessing wireless communication service has led to spectrum scarcity. Now, in order to solve this problem, in 1999, Mitola proposed a radio known as community radio, so that the underutilized spectrum can be effectively used. Now, in this radio comprises of two major users. We have a primary user and a secondary user. A primary user is a licensed user that has the right and privilege to access spectrum anytime, any day, while secondary user is an unlicensed user that can only make use of the assigned spectrum when primary user is not active. Now, in cognitive radio, we're having four major approaches. We have spectrum sensing, spectrum analysis, spectrum division, and data transmission. However, among these four core operations, spectrum sensing is the most important one, and the performance of cognitive radio is majorly depend on the spectrum sensing. Now, current statements. Channel empowerment, such as multiple fading, path loss, and shadowing, affect the sensing approach of cognitive radio, and this leads to high probability of interference between the primary user and the secondary user. However, non-corporate spectrum sensing used to solve this problem suffer from result uncertainty and EDPU that resulting in high probability of missing. And also, cooperative spectrum sensing used to solve the problem of non-cooperative spectrum sensing is also associated with large reporting overhead that results in high sensing time, bandwidth, and energy inefficiency. As scope of the study, the research is limited to spectrum sensing cognitive radio network using cooperative spectrum sensing. Now, let me explain this figure. This figure one is showing the challenges of non-cooperative spectrum sensing. As I've said earlier on, in the spectrum sensing, we have major two approach. We have cooperative and non-cooperative. Now, figure one is showing the challenges of non-cooperative spectrum sensing. And as we can see, the second reservoir is outside the coverage area of a primary user transmitter, and there is no detection technique that we can use at that second reservoir that will be able to detect the presence of the primary user signal and thereby transmit to the spectrum, which leads to the unnecessary interference. However, if it's cooperative spectrum sensing, secondary user 1, secondary user 2, and secondary user 3, they are within this primary user transmitter, and they'll be able to detect the presence of primary user signal and thereby avoid unnecessary interference. Now, in this work, I make use of eigenvalue detector. Now, the multiple copy of the received signal through the secondary user antenna were received using equation 1. Now, by converting equation 1 to matrix form, then we have equation 2. Now, from equation 2, the maximum and minimum eigenvalue were obtained by using equation 3. The YC is the covariance matrix. Now, the ratio of the maximum to minimum eigenvalue was obtained and compared with the set threshold as shown in equation 4. And if it is greater than 1, then PU is present, otherwise PU is absent. And also, in order to reduce the hardware complexity and also to reduce the sensing time of the existing computer sensing, the energy efficient computer network was developed by using a cluster and secondary user selection. Now, figure 2 is showing a block diagram of the proposed techniques, and from the figure we have a group of cluster, and the cluster is being formed by using a cluster radius as given in equation 5, where phi is the pass loss exponent, and dp is the distance between the primary signal and the cluster edge. Now, the purpose of secondary user selection is to select the secondary user that will participate in the local sensing by using equation 6. Equation 6 is telling us the signal strength of the received signal, and this was obtained at individual secondary user, and if that is greater than 1, then such SU will participate in the local sensing, otherwise it's going to be on idle mode for that moment. Now, result and discussion. The result obtained was showing that the developed techniques gave a better performance with increase in probability of detection when compared to the two other conventional techniques, that is non-cooperative spectrum sensing and the existing cooperative spectrum sensing. And also, figure 4 is showing the effect of number of parts on the detection rate, and as you can see that as the number of parts increases, detection rate also increases, and this one justifies the effect of number of parts, that is, as we increase the number of parts, the signal strength also increases. While figure 5 and figure 6 show the sensing time on the conventional cooperative spectrum sensing and the developed sensing techniques. And as you can see, the developed technique, that is the proposed technique, has a lower sensing time when compared to conventional cooperative spectrum sensing. And this one is giving us an evidence that when using the proposed techniques, the power consumption is going to be very reduced, and even the sensing time will be very, very low. Now, conclusion. Consequently, the proposed techniques have effectively detected PU signal within a short period of time with low power consumption. These are the few contributions and recommendations. These are a few of my references. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adesina, 80. It's Adesina. Immediately after Adesina. You want to do what? What do you mean? You want to present two? Who is Owombo? Is the person not here? Yes. Okay. You don't have to.
That's it.
So what that you want to take is outside the number that I see. You wanted to take that. The number is 11. Okay, next. Are you good to go? Press next. No? Okay. Okay. 119 people. Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is HUMBOLDT-KOLLEG. I'm presenting a paper titled Rural Energy Consumption for Cooking and Lighting in Ondo State, Nigeria, a sensor-based approach. Okay. Energy is an essential ingredient for growth and development in the world. Increase in energy consumption. Increase in energy consumption correlates with economic growth, while the mix of energy used by a country is an indicator of its level of development. One of the major use of energy in most developed countries is for cooking and lighting because it's a basic energy consumption and it cuts across different household levels. So the problem is that the demand for energy is increasing based on increasing population. And according to World Bank and WHO, indoor air pollution from inefficient combustion of biomass is causing a lot of havoc all around the globe. And most of the energy used for cooking, especially in the rural area, is traditional biomass. So this study wants to look at what is the effect of poverty and access to clean energy on energy consumption among rural households in Ondo State. This is the objective of the study. We are going to describe the socioeconomic characteristics of respondents. We estimate the incidence, severity, and depth of poverty, estimate the income and price elasticity of energy for cooking and lighting, and examine the effect of poverty and access to clean energy on energy consumption for cooking and lighting. In economics, I think the way you talk about energy consumption, the two concepts people use in the literature is to talk about energy ladder and fuel stacking. Energy ladder talks about as people increase in economic status, they try to improve their usage of, they use more modern energy. And that's why fuel stacking is talking about when you, even when the economic status increase, you still have to meet some. And the implication is that when there is limited access, it only happens that way because people are not vulnerable, they don't stack energy. So the study area, the study was conducted in Ondo State sample technique was used. So the following, we use 180 household for this, and we use the structured well structure questionnaire. The household age, we have like the mean household age is like 28.
The household size is like 5 on average, while the education of the household is 9 years. I'll move to the basic program. So in terms of energy consumption, we look at the expenditure, what households spend on energy. We look for the one for cooking and then for the one for lighting. So we can see that most of households are not consuming, the percentage of households not consuming firewood here is 29%. We have the 0 zone. And what most people have done in the literature is that they try to run the model that way without considering that 0. That can even cause bias in the result. So in our study, we are trying to use a selective, try to correct for that by using sensory, by correcting for the sensory in the model. So first, to calculate the poverty level, we use a Foster, Gregg, and Tobeck method, in which we use the per capita, 2/3 per capita household expenditure, and then the expenditure per household to calculate the relative poverty level. So you can, we have the indicators here. 59 of the household are like 33.15% are non-poor, while the rest are poor. So this incidence, depth, and severity of poverty are shown in the slide. So when we look at, we decided to also stratify, break the household into income quantile to see the kind of energy they consume. Here we can see for the lowest quantile, we can see that the larger percentage of those people consume firewood for cooking, while some consume kerosene, and only a few consume kerosene. But you can see as the income increases, some households consume LPG for cooking in the rural household along the road. In terms of lighting, these are the composition in the rural household. We divide them into quantile as well, and we can find out that some households are actually using the lamp, and we see that the dry cell battery is what most rural households are using. So in terms of the Quaid model, we use the Quaid model to look at the responsiveness of household to increase in price and then income. So the result shows that this is the result for Quaid. Income elasticity shows that the household for firewood, they consider firewood to be a necessity in the rural household, while they consider charcoal to be a non-food good and LPG as a non-food good. When we look at the compensated price elasticity, it shows that both firewood and charcoal, when the price increases, the household will still continue to increase more. This is contrary to the law of demand. And for kerosene and LPG, increase in price will reduce the consumption. And for LPG, we can see it will reduce it drastically. That is for cooking. While for lighting is as well, then we look at the income elasticity as well. Because of time, this is study rural corporation. We realize that increase in education increase the consumption of clean energy by rural households. The implication of education is that education might increase the opportunity that rural households will assign carbon firewood from the forest, and it also increase their enlightenment on the havoc of using dirty energy sources. All points elasticity shows that rural households are very sensitive to changes in prices of this fuel, and also income elasticity shows that rural households see them as some of the same fuel as luxury. Access to clean energy also increase their consumption. Recommendation. The study recommends that rural households should be sensitized on the attendant adverse effects of dirty energy sources on their health and the environment. Policy to reduce. Okay, so the recommendation is as follows. Thank you. That's one, sir.
Ogbomoso.
Another paper titled Effect of Migrant Devastation on Nutrition and Nutrition Security of Fishing Household in the Geographical Local Area of Ondo. The paper is prepared by Humboldt, addition, and Immediate. Poor nutrition called eating hunger is the primary problem facing people all over the world. The prevalence of this is more evident in rural households as compared to the urban and also in developing countries. FAO estimated that about 850 million people in the world experience chronic undernutrition. It's added that the major cause of hunger in developing countries is the major cause of hunger. Majority of undernourished or malnourished people live in the rural area. And in this case, most of these people, they have their livelihood connected to the natural resources, which can also be the cause of the poverty. So in this study, the study was carried out in the local government area. Like the local government area occupied all the coastal line of Ondo State. 2 states limit technique was used, and analytical technique we used descriptive and inferential statistics. So the results. The average age of the household is 79 or 50 years. Education was 11, and the education was 5, it's like 6 years. So the study look at the calorie intake, look at the study is focused projection to measure the diversification, to determine the level of diversification. Diversification in the sense that those people involved in fishing alone, and those people also involved in other sorts of livelihood. In the fishing environment in the local government, they are subject to climate change and other things, and the increase in extreme weather events in the area. So this can actually impede on their livelihood. So we want to know if those people that are diversified what the factors that influence diversification. So we can, as we can see from as presented on the slide, education of household aid increased diversification. We also calculate the marginal effect, and then the access to credit and being a member of a cooperative increase the diversification of fishing household in local government. For the effect of nutrition security, we used to say this one to estimate that, and in that case we try to look at calorie intake and then the protein per day per capita. In this case, we used to take this one. From the table, number of enterprise diversified into significantly increased calorie intake, and year of diversification also increased calorie intake in terms of protein intake. Education of household aid increased. It significantly it shows that education increased the protein intake by the fishing household, and also year of diversification also increased the protein intake of fishing household in the study work. A number of enterprise diversified into also increased people that diversify as compared to those at the home. Okay, so conclusion. The decision to diversify was influenced by education of household aid, credit access, and membership of association. Calorie and protein consumption were determined by years of Diversification number of enterprises diversification into diversification policy by typically from COVID to the add positive interest on protein consumption. Therefore, rural fishing households should be encouraged to diversify their livelihood options for the purpose of enhancing their nutrition security. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adesu. Then after that, Adisa Bowie should be getting ready.
Paper presented at all.
You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. My name is Balogun Ablatif. The title of my paper presentation is a process optimization of mechanical oil extraction from castor resinous communis L6. These are the outline of my presentation. Castor resinous communis L6, also called castor beans and Palma Christi, is a species of flowering plant in the Spurgeon family. Castor seed contain about 35 to 55% oil by weight for high yield breed type and approximately 1,413 liters per hectare in cultivated region. And the castor is planted commercially for pharmaceutical and industrial uses of its oil. And the oil is used as base oil for engine oil, plastic paint, and for polymer production. Plate 1 shows the castor plant in the white, while plate 1B shows castor shell seeds. The traditional method of extracting oil from castor seed is tedious and time consuming, and with oil, low oil recovery. And the mechanical method is the best method because the solvent method is capital intensive and is used for large scale production. There is a number of mechanical oil expellers with good oil recovery, but the majority of these expellers are medium to large scale equipment. The equipment is normally complex and present the problem of maintenance, accessibility of spare parts, and not readily affordable by small scale processors, making them uneconomical to small scale processors or farmers. A small scale combined roaster oil expeller will no doubt be a substitute to manual means of expressing vegetable oil. Therefore, this study investigated the appropriate processing parameters, moisture content, roasting temperature, applied pressure that maximize the oil yield, and optimization of the process condition was carried out using the seed was the moisture content of the seed was carried out using equation 1. Sorry.
using equation 1, while the selected moisture content were conditioned using equation 2. And for this study, central composite design of 6.06 software was used for this study, and the experiment design generated 20 runs. The model developed was shown in equation 3. Table 1 presents the level selected. These were selected based on the experimental trial and finding from literatures for the variables. And the minus alpha show the lower limit, while plus alpha show the upper limit for all the variables selected. The combined roaster oil expeller is presented here, has 3 units. We have the roasting unit, expelling unit, and the result of the oil extraction from castor is presented in table 2, while equation 4 was used for the calculation of the moisture content for all the 20 runs. The difference of oil yield value are indication that the independent variable had considerably affected the yield. The predicted oil from the design expert 606 software compare well with the yield obtained. The optimum oil of 33% was obtained from expression at corresponding applied pressure of 15 megapascal, moisture content of 6%, and roasting temperature of 80 degrees Celsius. Table 2 presents the data obtained from the experiment. Run 15 show the highest oil yield, while run 3 show the lowest oil yield of 19% of oil yield. Then table 2 shows the ANOVA of the moisture developed. Applied pressure and the quadratic of a roasting temperature are not significant, while other values are significant. The effect of roasting temperature and applied pressure shows that as increase in moisture content, applied pressure from 15 to 30 megapascal shows slight increase in oil yield. The optimum values obtained were validated, and the experimental oil yield obtained was 33%, while predicted value was 32.40. And percentage error was calculated, which shows the accuracy of the model. In conclusion, the result of the optimization shows that expression condition influence the expression of oil from castor seed. The coefficient of termination R-square of the model analysis was found to be 0.98. The optimum process parameter obtained were moisture content, roasting temperature, applied pressure of 6%, 85.52 degrees Celsius, and 15 megapascal respectively. The regression model obtained has provided a basis for selecting and predicting the oil yield using combined roaster oil expeller. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. PhD faculty PhD presentation.
Let Oyedoko to be getting ready. Not 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Adeza from Department of Agricultural Engineering, and the title of my research work is Effect of Selected Drying Method on the Drying Characteristic, Proximate and Sensory Property of Dried Red Onion. Onion is highly moistured, about 87%, is widely grown all over the world, but in Nigeria it's popularly grown in the north. And we have onion fruit, we have onion oil, and we have onion juice. The distinction of an onion from other vegetables are the consistence of volatile oil and other properties. In Nigeria, onions are popularly sold in bulk, and there are no value addition. And because of the highly moisture, it is usually highly perishable. And because of lack of proper facilities, storage facilities, so we have a lot of wastes all over the year. Those that have damage as a result of transportation are dried under the sun. And after the drying, almost all the products are wasted because of the spoilage. Therefore, the objective is to determine drying characteristics of Nigerian onion, to determine the proximate and sensory property of the fresh and dried onion, and eventually to determine the effects that drying has on the drying characteristics and the proximate and the sensory evaluation. When we do this, there will be increase in onion production by the farmers, job creation, it will increase export earning foreign export earning exchange for the country. These are the literature review. The gaps we have to fill is to fill the gap of processing problem and hygienic drying. The location where the experiment will carry out is in Ilorin, and the materials that are needed are those displayed. So red onion we will use, and the processing are as follows as there in the flow charts. Then these are the parameters that we look for: the moisture content, ascorbic, protein, ash, fiber, fats, flavor, and color. And the drying was done simultaneously with sun drying, with kerosene fuel drying, and with electrical drying, and with solar drying. The drying rate will be calculated, and the loss of water because of the drying characteristics. The result as followed. After the drying, we find out that because of the intermittent drying in solar drying, the drying rate was low, and because the drying in the fuel, kerosene fuel, and also the electrical drying, which is a continuous drying, the drying rate was high. And that is the effect on the drying characteristics. Then when you look at that too, on the table, you also find the mean color and the mean flavor. We find out that in the solar drying, the color is, in the solar drying, the color is 6, which in hedonic scale, it's present fairly good, while in that of kerosene and that of electrical is slightly good, and that of electrical is good, which is 8, because of the intensive heat and continuous drying. The same thing also shows in the chemical parameters for the fresh and dry. The effect of drying on the proximate, we find out there that the moisture was reduced drastically to 14% in solar, and that of kerosene 8.3, and that of electrical 7.3. The same thing happens even in other parameters. But what I want to find out, what I want to point out here is that in the solar, the vitamin C retention is higher because of the intensity of the sun and the low intensity of the sun. But that of kerosene and that of electricity is lower because vitamin C is not stable. So with slight heat, it evaporates. So this one is just a statistical comparison, which shows the significant effect of drying on both the drying characteristics and also the proximate and the sensory evaluation. Contribution to knowledge, providing proper drying method for Nigerian onion farmers, and selecting suitable packaging material, also as a baseline information on drying, then the baseline information on the best method of drying Nigerian onions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that, Professor. Oh, you don't go. And Jima Mo after you don't go.
Hola.
Afternoon, my name is Oyelo Okomoso. I'm here to present adaptive power control with selection combining urban academic radio channel. Here are my presentation outline, and I will start by defining wireless communication as a means of transferring information from one point to another, which has become part of our daily lives, from simple voice communication to transmission of vital and critical information. However, one of the challenges of wireless communication, which is a major challenge, is multipath propagation. This is because transmitted signals do not go to the receiver directly. They are obstructed by different objects in the channel, and which makes the three propagation mechanism, which are reflection, diffraction, and scattering, to act on them. And when this occurs, multiple copies of the signals are produced, and they take different paths, which is known as multipath propagation. When multiple copies are produced, the signal strengths are varied, which leads to multipath fading. Multipath effects in wireless channel affect the transmission signal and result in variability of the signal, which can lead to being below the sensitivity of the receiver. Now, the availability of this received signal causes system degradation, which makes wireless communication becomes unreliable. There have been several diversity techniques to mitigate these detrimental effects, which is the conventional selection combining, which was initially used to solve this problem, as a problem of poor performance due to using one single branch regardless of the signal quality. Therefore, this research proposes an adaptive power control that adjusts the signal power at the transmitter
In order to assess the natural oil and gas at the subsurface. During drilling operations, drilling fluids are required, and we have several types of drilling fluids. Basically, we have three: the oil-based, water-based, and the gas. Water-based drilling fluids are the most commonly used drilling fluids because they are relatively cheap to maintain and environment friendly. Clays and all additives are the major constituents of drilling fluids. And these clay additive mixtures, they are designed to perform specific functions during the drilling processes. And these functions include maintaining the hydraulic and the formation pressure of the well bore, cleaning of the well bore, cooling the drill bits, and most importantly, transporting the drill cuttings to the surface, among other functions. That's a schematic of a drilling process. Figure 1. Okay. Drilling fluids, several researchers have developed drilling fluids using synthetic additives. Most of the oil companies, they develop drilling fluids using synthetic additives. Due to the cost implication and the environmental implication, there is need to look inwards to use locally available materials to develop drilling fluids. And this, we have several advantages over the synthetic additives, and we have several materials that we can use for the drilling fluids. This material, they are relatively cheap, they are readily available, they are biodegradable, which makes them environment friendly. Then, if we use the materials that are available for drilling formulation, this will create market for them and thereby increasing revenue as against the other synthetic additives that are being used. Okay. One of the important drilling fluid additive is the density control additive. Yeah, they are the weighing agents. It's important to control the density of drilling fluids because it shouldn't be insufficient and it should not be too high. If it is very low, then it will cause problem like instability, and if it's excessive, there could be formation damage during drilling. So to this end, this research developed a water-based drilling fluid using local materials with special consideration for the density control agents. We use two materials, which is the barytes, local barytes, and antimony, popularly known as syrup. The two materials are of high density. Then our clay was obtained in Nigeria at Abia. The clay and the acid were processed, and we developed drilling fluids using antimony, barytes, cabassasha, and breadfruit starch. Step 1 is the formulation of the drilling fluid. We use clay, barytes, caustic potash obtained from cocoa powders, and the breadfruit. And that's the methodology. We have the results, the rheological properties of drilling fluid, samples A to B at various formulations. Of all the formulations, plasticity for samples H, O, and P. Those three experimental runs were the only runs that gave us plasticity that are comparable to the API standard. And for that, is the formulation are those ones that we use for further optimization. Don't have an optimum formulation yet. And the figure on the slide is showing us the effects of increasing additive. That's cassava starch and breadfruit starch on barytes board and antimony board. We discovered that the viscosity actually increases with increasing additive. However, it was more pronounced for antimony than the barytes. We concluded that the experimental run HOP that gave us the APL passwords that are compared to APL standards will be used to formulate another design for further optimization, because we still have other parameters that has not been able to meet up with the API standards. Then it was also discovered that the two additives that were used complement each other. So in our future studies, we'll try using the two starches together and possibly other additives to increase the property. Then we also intend, we recommend that the thermal stability of this new mode should be investigated, because in reality, that whole temperature is increasing with temperature with depth. So for us to say that this delivery can be used on the field, we should be able to withstand higher temperature, which is the real life situation at the time. Thank you for listening. After this, we are going to take presentation from the online presenters. After which we are going to round up this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olufayoluwakemi Magosina, and the topic of my presentation is rheological characterization of agbabu natural bitumen modified with polypropylene and multi-wall carbon nanotubes. Here are my presentation outline. Bitumen is a black, sticky, highly viscous liquid which has been used as an adhesive, sealant, waterproof, but majorly used for road construction because of its binding properties. The application of this bitumen in its natural form does not always perform as expected, so its properties need to be modified. And some of the modifiers that have been used in the past are polymer, clay, and nanomaterial. Now, failure of bitumen for road construction is majorly affected by increase in traffic load, improper designs of roads, and climatic changes, thereby leading to fatigue, cracking, stripping, and rotting, which has led to the loss of many lives. So the use of binary composites, that is bitumen and polymer, or bitumen and clay, or bitumen and nanomaterials, is challenged by phase separation problem, thermal instability, and poor storage stability. Therefore, we need to address this. And the aim of and objective of this research is to develop a ternary composite from agbabu natural bitumen using polypropylene and multi-wall carbon nanotubes as additives, with a view to enhancing the stability of asphalt and road pavement construction. So, now literature review, these are some of the people that have done the project. Now, research methodology. The material was collected and purified by removing the water first, then removing the properties that are not supposed to be in the bitumen. Then composites were produced, bitumen and polymer, then nanomaterial, which is multiple carbon nanotubes, were produced using mixing method. Then optimization was done. The result was characterized using FTIR, scanning electron microscope, and TGA, which is thermal stability machine. These are used, FTIR was used to investigate the microstructural changes in the composite. The scanning electron microscope was also used to determine the to examine the microstructure of the composite. The TGA was used to determine the thermal stability of the composite. So these are the results of the FCIR for the binary, for the agbabu natural bitumen, for the binary composite, which is bitumen and polymer, then for the ternary composite, which is bitumen, polymer, and multi-wall carbon nanotubes. Then these are the functional groups that were present in the three materials, agbabu natural bitumen, binary composite, and ternary composite. And we discovered that on addition of multi-wall carbon nanotubes, there was a special functional group that was present, which is CA3 umbrella model. Then the scanning electron microscope shows the array of tube-like structure of carbon nanotubes in the results. Then this is the results for the TGA, thermographic plot of AMB and the composites, which is binary composites, ternary composite. And we discovered that when the multi-wall carbon nanotubes was added, the thermal stability increased. So that means multi-wall carbon nanotube really had a very good effect on the structure of the bitumen. Conclusion, modification of agbabu natural bitumen with polypropylene and multi-wall carbon nanotubes result in significant changes in physical, mechanical, and rheological properties of bitumen. When compared, because the results were compared with ASTM and British standard. And these are the contributions to knowledge, some of my references. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation.
You cannot start.
All right, we'll go online now. So let me see those who are raising their hands so we can call them in that order. Mr. Adesina, okay, yes, can come up. Can go ahead, please. Mr. Mako. Mrs. Adesina, can you go? Can you start, please?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right.
Beginning.
Can you change the orientation of your presentation? Are you using your phone or your laptop?
I'm using my laptop.
Please try to change it, put it in full screen or slideshow.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Okay.
This is the best you can do for now.
Yeah, good afternoon. And let me stand on the existing protocol. But the topic of my presentation is determinants of demand.
We can hardly see your screen. Please, we can hardly see your screen. Can you change the orientation? You can go to slideshow. Go to slideshow.
Trying to, but because of the time that is counting.
Slideshow.
Or you can stop sharing and then reshare.
Slideshow.
Yes, I'm working on it. Just a minute.
Share. Let's reshare.
Is it okay? Is it okay this way?
Can you click from the beginning?
Okay. Okay.
Is it okay?
Is it okay?
All right, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the title of the paper I'm presenting is Determinants of Demand for Indigenous Vegetables in Ondo State. My name is Adesina Oluwafumilola. I'm presenting it with Dr. Adesina Adewumi Titus. I'm from OAU Department of Agri-Economics. Food insecurity has been a major issue in Nigeria, affecting women and children the more. According to Nigerian Bureau of Statistics 2018, this is worse with Ondo State in southwestern Nigeria. And considering the fact that indigenous vegetables are filled with nutrients and vitamins that are cheap, that can be of help to these households. However, many of these indigenous vegetables are neglected, probably because of our awareness, which could be as a result of the nature of the consumers in Ondo State. This necessitates the need to find out who these people really are and to identify the factors that can promote the demand for these vegetables in the study area. The study was conducted in Ondo State using multi-state sampling to sample 140 households. The data collected was analyzed using descriptive statistics and quadratic almost ideal demand system. Results shows that most of the majority of the respondents, the households in Ondo State are male, and they are little above active age because we are 52 here. They have medium, small household size, and majority of them are educated. From table 2, we can see that the vegetable that is mostly consumed is arrow jaja. Majority of them prefer it, probably because of its taste or flavor. From table 3, we can see the arrow jaja 2 is the most expensive vegetable, followed by ugu and then by worowo. The results of the factors affecting demand for indigenous vegetables shows that the nature of the demand are inelastic, considering the parameters we have here, which are the elasticity between 0 and 1. We also have, for some of them, because of time, they have perfectly elastic nature, indicating that irrespective of the movement in price, the quantity they will buy remains the same. Then from table 5, we have the table presenting the home. Sorry, let me also point to the fact that from table 4, if there is a percentage increase in the price of any of these vegetables, the equivalent, the value we are seeing here dictates the magnitude of the effect that we have on the demand for each of those vegetables. Table 5 here shows us the home price and cross price elasticities. And from here, we can see that they are substitutes and complements of themselves. The substitutes are the ones that an increase, if the price of the even price of a particular vegetable increases, it reduces the demand for such vegetables. Why complements? If the home price of a particular vegetable increases, it also increases its consumption. So the study conclusion shows that the consumers, indigenous vegetable consumers in Ondo State are majorly, the households are majorly men, and they are a little above our active age, and they are literate. They can access information, which means if this information is published, they can make use of it. But we realize that they are more into one vegetable, probably because they have known over the years the usefulness and the taste those vegetables brings. But there is need for awareness on other vegetables and the palatability of them. This is what this study recommends. Thank you.
Thank you. Blessing Nella or something. Okay.
Iteoluwapo Barua, you can start. Share your screen, please. Mrs. Adesiyan, can you unshare, please?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Barua, can you go ahead, please? Okay, maybe it's not there. Mr. Blessing, Idako.
Is Mr. Blessing ready?
Okay.
Olufeyikemi
Rachel, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, share your screen, please.
Okay, the other participant is still sharing screen. She needs to unshare her screen so I can share. This is not
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Kindly go ahead, please. Hello, Dr. Yewo.
Thank you. Can you hear me louder?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah. I'm here presenting awareness of climate change and adoption of improved production practice by cassava farmers in Oyo State, Nigeria, a panacea to achieving sustainable development. In Nigeria, our cultural sector has failed to perform its assigned role effectively.
Use full screen.
Yeah,
full
yeah.
Screen. Use full screen.
Full screen?
Yeah, so we can see very well. Or slideshow,
Okay.
any of them. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
All right. Okay. The farmer knowledge improve practice developing traits, evaluate them and become convinced of their relevance. This on this that it can be stated that the farmer would adopt completely all the components of the improved production practice in cassava production. We can be related to any other crops. Hence, this aim to study this research. The objective of the study, we have a socioeconomic characteristics, source of information of the farmer, cassava improved production practice, knowledge of farmer towards adoption of cassava products and improved production practice, perceived constraint and determinant of knowledge of adoption of cassava improved practice. These are the tools of analytical of the research objectives, which are descriptive, Likert, and multiple regression analysis to analyze determinant of knowledge of farmers' adoption of improved practice. The multi-stage sampling was adopted where the local government was selected, and out of that local government, we have 8 villages. 4 villages were adopted, which are Ward 1, Ward 10, Ward 5, and Ward 7. This was due to the proportional population of the cassava farmer in that study. A total number of 80 farmers were selected for this study. However, the study revealed that major determinants of this the major determinant so it will however concluded that some socioeconomic characteristics values were major determinant of these cassava improved farming activities. So also years of farming experience, credit, and some other factors were also determinant of these improved activities. However, it was concluded that all those variables that are significant in nature, which, hello, are you there? Which determine the knowledge and awareness of cassava farmers, improve knowledge of production practices. And whoever suggested that research institute and universities who are saddles with the and the section officers who are saddled with the training and raising of information to the farmer should get up using other means apart from radio, using contacts, using select and other means to improve farmer on their knowledge of adoption of improved cassava practice through the awareness of climate change, which also have effect on cassava production and which reduces the output of cassava. Thank you for listening, and God bless.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have Dr. Ikeoluwapo Barua?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you can share your screen, please.
The problem I have is I don't have a slide. I don't know if that is allowed.
No problem. You can go ahead, please.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes for presentation.
I'm trying to share the screen at least to some extent. Hold on. Okay, since I'm not getting it, let me just go ahead with the presentation, please. All right, the title of my paper is Buba's Hideout, a synchronon for knowledge acquisition. The essence of dwelling in this research is to look at what Buba has actually said is philosophical balance and how it relates to knowledge acquisition. In my disposition, in my writing, I made it known here that if we want to talk about sustainable development, we have to emphasize knowledge acquisition. And this relates to my introduction where I addressed the issue of knowledge as it is in the philosophical sphere. Knowledge can be traced back to its etymology, which is epistemology. And in philosophy, when we talk about epistemology, we talk about epistem and logos, which are the terms which means they mean epistem means knowledge and logos means study. But for the purpose of this conference, I would want to avoid some terminologies and go straight to my emphasis. In philosophy, the issue of knowledge acquisition has been over time, in which we have philosophers like Socrates, like Plato, like Descartes, to the extent that Descartes argued that there is what we call cogito ergo sum, which is translated as I think, therefore I am. The essence of this is to look at what knowledge is. And when we are talking about knowledge, we are looking at what knowledge is. We are looking at the value of knowledge. We are looking at how knowledge is being acquired, which is a sufficient requirement for knowledge itself. So the emphasis of this paper is to examine Martin Buber's high and down and implications on knowledge acquisition for human advancement. According to Martin Buber, he began his essay by citing 4 questions raised by Immanuel Kant. And the first questions are, what can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope? What is man? And in his philosophical balance, he addressed these questions. He said the last one, which is what is man, addresses the whole questions. And to him, what is man is not, he refuted the claim of the individual anthropology, where he said man should be a relation. But at the end of it, he said what is man with man. That is, when we have human beings against one another, there is what we call remainder. And out of that remainder is what we call between. For the purpose of emphasis, to translate it to the normal language, what Martin Buber was exactly saying there is that man, to understand what a man is, one must look outside his or her solitary state or milieu or his environment or the world of things and look at how man relates with another man, his fellow man in the whole community or in the whole society. This takes us to what knowledge is and what is not. It is imperative to identify that there is what we call knowing how and knowing that, which is which is the essence of my study here. When we are talking about knowing how, it's about the practical way that this is how we can practicalize this, and this is knowing that, which is the theoretical base or the aspect of reasoning beyond with profundity, what we call profundity in philosophy, which is the realm of philosophy. So when we are talking about knowledge, we are talking, according to Plato, one of those people, one of the Western philosophers who addressed the issue of knowledge, he addressed it as justified true belief. He said the belief must be true and at the same time be justified. But it got to an extent that it was actually faulted to some extent that some people argued, someone like Gettia's problem, he argued that we can have a belief that is true and justified, but at the same time, it might still not be justified. because it might still not be true because of the fact that we have a knowledge society where information is at its continuous basis. That is information. All right, knowledge is continuum. And this takes us to the emphasis of my paper, which talks about people know. And where you know, it starts, where the end of one's knowledge is the beginning of another person's knowledge. So the emphasis here is that when we are talking about knowledge for acquisition, knowledge for human advancement, we are looking at some key importance, some key relevance. That is, the act of knowing or learning must be on the basis of discovery and exploration. Another one is the acquisition of knowledge at one hand must be solely based on search for meaning. That is, it must be meaningful. Each and every one must endeavor to explore the experience of knowing knowledge with self and with other people, that is, with others. So the essence of this research is to look at how knowledge has been in its continuum basis and what Buber sees as I, thou, and I, it, which the I, thou talks about the relation, that is our relation with another. And the emphasis of this research is that when we begin looking at the pursuit of knowledge in 2015 that brought about the 193 countries to bring
Please,
about
the sustain. You need to stop
all right.
this.
So, okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have 2 papers to present. I don't know if I'm permitted to go ahead with the second one.
Okay, go ahead. Another 5 minutes, please.
Okay, the title of this work is Towards Consilience and Conviviality for Nigerian University. Let me just address this without, let me just be concise.
Do you have a PowerPoint to use?
No, I don't have a PowerPoint. I stated it earlier before I started the presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, the consilience has been taught in this paper is limited to the agreement and cooperation. I was not looking at it because the idea of consilience came from Wilson, where he argued that every small particles can be reduced to a fundamental law. He talked about unification of knowledge. That is that there is always a unity of knowledge in science. But the idea of me looking at consilience in philosophy, using conviviality scholarship as a tool in achieving this goal that I'm looking at is that I see consilience as a matter of just like what Alex Wellbeing von Humboldt said during his conception in University of Berlin, where he addressed that unification of knowledge should be what universities should address. And this is my emphasis that when we are talking about consilience, consilience should be a state where all disciplines see, because that is the origin of the whole disciplines. It all started as knowledge. It all started from philosophy, where it emanated to different disciplines. So the idea is that we should all imbibe, we should all acculturate the idea of different parts to make a whole and see it as a way of, bringing about sustainable development, bringing about collaboration, bringing about research, bringing about communion, bringing about, because I've noticed what actually motivated the study is that I noticed that it is quite hard seeing people in one country, or let me say someone in even the University of Ibadan, for example, collaborating with someone in OAU from another discipline, even within the same confinement. I've noticed that scholars over time have stick to their sports like porcupines, and they quiz like porcupines rather, that they don't really find it easier. Should I say easier? But they don't find it, so they don't find it easier to collaborate with someone outside their field. If you are looking at papers, either you are looking at someone in education and someone in education. But the reason or the essence of this paper is looking at someone in engineering and someone in education and how it can bring about cooperation, cutting-edge research, innovation, creativity, because I believe that there is always a linkage between one discipline and the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Can we have the next person, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Blessing. Can you hear me? Hello. Good afternoon.
All right. Can you share your slide, please?
I'm not aware of that I was supposed to present a PowerPoint, so I do not have a PowerPoint to this presentation right now.
Okay, all right, just make your presentation, please. What's the title
All right,
of your
thank
paper?
you very much.
What's the
All
title
right,
of your paper?
my name is Blessing Idako. I'll be talking on eclecticism, a philosophical analysis for sustainable development. Can I go ahead? Are you hearing me?
All right, go ahead. 5 minutes, please.
All right. Okay. Nigeria as a country has our educational policy on which is to live in unity and harmony for one indivisible, democratic, sovereign nation, which is founded in our principle of freedom and equality, justice, and to also promote inter-African solidarity and the world peace through understanding. We're talking about sustainable development. We can only achieve sustainable development if we have a quality education, which is one of the goals of sustainable development, which is number 4, quality education. I will talk briefly that education has one goal, which is to build character and the individual, which will reflect in the society at large. However, it has been observed that Nigeria cannot boast of her own philosophical education. Over time, we have observed that Nigerian has had an eclectic system or approach of education. Before now, we had experienced Western education and indigenous education, which brings us to what we call eclectic system of approach to education. Sustainable development, on the other hand, we'll have to understand what sustainable development is. Sustainable development talks about development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. And the overall goal of sustainable development is a long-term stability of the economy and environment. Because of time, I will just quickly want to know, let us understand the aim of sustainable development on educational policy. The item number 4, which I mentioned, which is the quality of education, talks about this sector to build on leadership in education, then strengthen the national education system, and to respond to contemporary global challenges through education. We have produced graduates over time that are not unemployable, and we're looking at eclecticism in the eclecticism approach to sustainable development. I am talking about eclecticism in the sense that eclecticism talks about drawing the best views, approaches, or method from different fields of different philosophies to and blend it to achieve a better goal. And in our classroom or in education, we can achieve this if we can use different methods to teach the children. And one of this method we're talking about is teaching them values, teaching them integrities, teaching them critical thinking, and all this through pedagogy in the learning environment to achieve a sustainable goal. Well, when we talk about eclecticism and its national policy on education, we'll look at education being an instrument for national development. So thereby, if we use education and in an eclectic approach to achieve sustainable development, it will help the society to obtain sustainability in development. Then we can look at it in this way. There is a need for functional education for the promotion of progressive United Nations. And to this end, school program needs to be relevant, practical, and comprehensive in achieving a sustainable development. So in conclusion, what we're saying here, for us to achieve a sustainable development, we have to think different approaches. And sustainable development has not limited it. It has a thinking approach rather than approach that concentrates on the problem in isolation. So sustainable issues linked to a part of a whole, which is an element of system that influences other approaches. Like I initially mentioned, I said to make it applicable in class, the teaching methodology has to be considered. Like also considering teaching children responsibility and citizenship should be taught and engaging them in critical thinking. Then we can also have this approach of patronizing, teaching children in class to patronize their own locally made goods instead of foreign goods, and then also aspect of planting local trees, and then recycling used materials. This way we can keep a sustainable development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We now call on our Dr. Alani, our rapporteur, the rapporteur, to give us the summary of all the presentations so far.
Very prepared. We have 3-4 minutes every day.
So I'm here to present.
I'm here to present. So
I indicated to present online.
I've been online for the past 2 hours and I've indicated as well.
I've been online as well for like 2 hours.
Yes, I've been online too.
Other people will come for the next session, so we don't do more than 15.
Okay, my name was
And
called
when
the
is the
other
next
time.
session? Please, when will be the next session? When will be the next session?
Hello, please, we are going to attend to everyone. We are closing this section. We are going to start another section in the next maybe 15 to 20 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll come back to you, please. Just bear with us.
Okay.
Ten papers were physically presented. 10 papers were physically presented, and here are a summary. Okay. 10 papers were physically presented, and here is a summary of those papers. The first paper was presented by Salahuddin et al. And the topic is global warming and associated effects. Actually, it's a review paper. We define the global warming as rising the temperature of the earth and the great causes of global warming, which include natural factors and anthropogenic factors. And those anthropogenic factors are the daily activities that we are involved in, and that lead to fossil fuel. I mean, that's the result as a result of fossil fuel burning. And as a result of that, some greenhouse gases were involved or were emitted in the process of anthropogenic activities. And those greenhouse gases that contributed to global warming include carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and ozone. And these greenhouse gases sources include burning of fossil fuel and use of agricultural pesticide. And the presenter also intimated us that global warming was more higher in Africa, particularly in 2015 and 2020. And the world is at high emission scenario, represented with RCPE5. And the effect of global warming include droughts and desertification, wildfire, irregular precipitation, flood and population displacements, surface water impairments, endangered food security and energy imbalances. And the remedy, gave the remedy to be adaptive and preventive measure. Then the second paper was delivered by Ajayi et al. And the topic is impact of intermediate public transport services on the accessibility of physically challenged individuals to basic education. The presenter emphasized on the fact that physically challenged experience more problem with respect to transport accessibility, and he examined 3 parallel states, which is intermediate public transport services. And out of the 3, motorcycle was identified as the mostly embraced mode of transportation for physically challenged. And at the end of the day, it enhanced their education facility, access to educational facility. However, safety should be considered. Then, presenter 3, Ojo et al. Gave presentation on energy efficient cooperative spectrum sensing for primary user detection in cognitive radio network using a Yovanu detector. And he emphasized that the technique used gave a better probability of detection in communication interference. Then the fourth person, Adeshio AT and Oluwole TS, presented on rural household energy consumption for cooking and lighting in Ondo State, essential quad approach. And from there, he concluded, he examined that, he concluded that maximum energy used for cooking is LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, and the most energy used for lighting is a dry cell battery. And he emphasized that increase in education level increase the use of clean energy source, and at the same time, access to clean energy increase their uses. Oluwole also presented paper number 5 on effect of livelihood diversification of nutrition security of fishing household in Ilajenugu government area of Ondo State. He emphasized that undernourishment mostly occur in rural area, and the factor that enhance diversification include education, access to credit facility, and membership of cooperative society. The effects of diversification were examined based on calorie and protein consumption. And he recommended that rural fishing households should be encouraged to diversify for nutrition security. Paper number 6 was presented by Balogun et al. And the topic is process optimization of mechanical oil exploration from castor rhizomes communis MC. He educated us on the fact that castor seed contains about 35 to 55% oil by weight and can generate as much as 1,413 liters of oil per hectare. He also mentioned that castor seed oil can be used for engine oil and polymer production. Finally, he said that develop mechanical oil expeller. He mentioned that develop mechanical oil expeller and processing parameter, which were examined, include moisture content, roasting temperature, and applied pressure. From his finding, he discovered that the appropriate processing parameter include moisture content 6%, roasting temperature to be 85.52 degrees centigrade, and the applied pressure is 15 megapascal. And he concluded that the prepared oil yield compared favorably with expected oil yield, at least 33% oil yield from experimental results. Number 7, presenter Adeza et al. Presented paper on effect of selected drying method on the dry characteristics, proximate analysis, and sensory property of red onion. He intimated us that onion will be used for oil and for juice. And he examined 4 different drying methods, which include sun drying, solar drying, kerosene fuel dryer, and electrical drying. Out of them all, he said that solar drying is slow in operation, but gave good color after drying, and it has high retention of vitamin C, while kerosene fuel and electrical drying were fast, and the kerosene fuel has slightly good color, and electrical dye has good color, but they have lower vitamin C retention. However, the presenter did not recommend to us the appropriate dye method that should be used. Okay? Number 8. The presenter number 8 is Oyedoko et al. And the topic is adaptive power control with selection combining over Nakagami feeding channel. We talk about the problem of wireless communication signal, which include multi-path propagation and multi-path feeding. And he said she concluded that adaptive power control has better performance over conventional selection combining use technique. Then number 9, on ensuring sustainable innovation in oil and gas exploration through the use of local material as additive in water-based drilling fluid. And she mentioned that clay is a major fluid additive, which is used for transportation of the fluid, cleaning as well. Now, she compared the synthetic additive to non-synthetic additive. As you mentioned that synthetic additive is very expensive and it has some environmental side effect, while non-synthetic additive is very cheap and also biodegradable, readily available, and can generate revenue. She also mentioned that barytes and antimony board were used as additive, and this additive significantly improved the rheological property of the oil and gas exploration. And finally, she mentioned that the two additives complemented themselves well and to be used together in the future exploration. Then, okay, the last physical presentation is Olufayo et al. And she presented on rheological characterization of Agbapu natural bitumen modified with polypropylene and multi-wall carbon nanotube. And the conclusion is that the use of polypropylene and multi-wall carbon nanotube enhance stability of bitumen and thereby avoid side effects of a compromised bitumen. And particularly, she mentioned that multi-wall carbon nanotube has good effects on the structure of the bitumen. Those are the 10 physical papers presented. Then the online paper. The first one is Adeshion Fumilola and Adeshion Adewumi, that was presented on determination of demand for determinants of demand for indigenous vegetable in Ondo State. She mentioned that the determinants, part of the determinants for the demand of indigenous vegetable in Ondo State include price and substitutes. Then she mentioned that the vegetables that are mostly consumed in Alaje local government areas of Ondo State are Aro, Deja, Ugu, and Uruwa, and that's order of preference. Then the second paper from online is presented by Oyewo Isaac, and the topic is awareness of climate change and adoption of improved production method by cassava farmer. And he mentioned that major determinants of the awareness and improved production method by cassava farmer include socio-economic factor and year of farming experience. He concluded by recommending that research institutes and universities should join mass media to really sensitize cassava farmer on awareness of climate change and improve production method. Number 3 is presented by Ikeoluwapo Garuwa, and the topic is Movers I and Thou, a C1 for knowledge acquisition. 4 philosophical questions were proposed. Among them is what is man? What should I do? And he emphasized that there's need to understand, if we must understand man holistically, we need to study man outside his immediate environment. And he concluded that knowledge is continuum and knowledge acquisition should be emphasized. Then the 4th paper from online is presented also by Ikeoluwapo Garuwa, and the topic is toward consilience and conviviality scholarship for Nigerian university, and he emphasized on knowledge unification. And the last paper was presented by Blessing Idapo, and the topic is eclecticism, a philosophical analysis of sustainable development. The presenter emphasized that Nigeria do not boast of any education philosophical policy, and she recommended that Nigeria need to have a rethink on an educational philosophical policy. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we start,
we get all the presentation uploaded, and then we can begin again. Yeah. Yes, yeah, my first are so presentation for Humboldt?
Yes. No. Yes.
Nǹkan tí wọ́n ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn presentation for Humboldt. Ṣé pé nìkan ti safety ẹ̀ náà bẹ̀rẹ̀?
Issues of security.
Where's your own presentation?
Issues of
this one. Do we have anyone? You are the next to present. Okay, where is it?
We are online too.
Oh yes, we are aware, please.
All right. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, especially those participants online. As we did in the previous section, so we are going to start with the physical presentation. We're going to take 10 or so, and then we'll come back to online and do 5 presentations. So we'll start with the physical presentation right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Mr. Alabi. Okay. Sorry.
For other people, I want to be sure that the team we will start with doing that again now. We want to start.
Mr. Alabi.
You know the one that gave me this wanted to speak. I will get it. We'll find it out.
All right.
Hello. Hello.
5 minutes.
Please, audience, please. Please, I want to start. I think this is the last section for today. The presenter will be given 5 minutes to present because of our time. Let me call Mr. Elita. Elita, listen. I know. You will be our phone, please. So let me call the first person, Mr. Alabi.
Good afternoon, everybody.
My name is Alabi Kabatuli. I'm here to present on the evaluation of the military effect of capsicum shells that are not extracted to see induce diabetic neuropathic pain in mice from the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, University. What is neuropathic pain all about? Neuropathic pain arises from direct injury to the neural tissue, leading to what called nociceptive pain that can last for months, years, even after the injury has been healed. And statistical studies have shown that this particular disease condition, this neuropathic pain, ranges from 1.5 to 8% of worldwide population. That's approximately 100 million to 560 million people all over the world. And this particular pain can be caused by so many factors: traumatic nerve, spinal cord injury, diabetes, HIV/AIDS, and cancer, and so many disease conditions. But
out of all these disease conditions, diabetes is one of the major important causal factors responsible for 30% of neuropathic pain. We have the characteristics of diabetes and other lives here, and this is a brief bullet point on the pathophysiology of this. Because of time, I will move to the treatment strategy. These are the major drugs. First line, second line, third line, and fourth line, and some other drugs that are used in the management of neuropathic associated pain. For the purpose of this study, we actually use gabapentin as the positive control drug used in the treatment of neuropathy. So what is the statement of the problem? Most of the drugs that are used in alleviating neuropathic pain are very, very toxic. They are known for their serious adverse effect because they are anticonvulsant and antidepressant drugs. And not only that, the mechanism of action of this associated pain, diabetic associated pain, is not that clear. And there are no drugs that are actually used to even target the pathophysiology. And not only that, another problem arising from that led to this study is that the use of typical painkillers like opioids in the treatment of neuropathic pain does not even treat it, and it has even been classified that opioid resistant is likely, any pain that is opioid resistant is most likely in neuropathic pain, and that led to the discovery or to the investigation on traditional foods that are actually being reported to be used in the management of pain, neuropathic pain, as a result of diabetes, but that has not been actually worked on scientifically, and that led to the use of what we call atarolo, referred to scientifically called caspicogenicis. These are the phytochemical compounds of caspicogenicis, and these are the objectives of the study. We actually use caspicogenicis, 3 doses. We actually used it to evaluate the effect on hot plate using mice model, and we also use cold plate induced pain, and we also use another machine called analgesimeter, and we measure pro-inflammatory neurotransmitters called TNF alpha and interleukin 6. And these are the methods that we actually use. Because of time, I will quickly move to the results. And these are the results. You can see statistical significant increase in blood glucose level of the mice that were used across the group. We have 6 major groups for this study. We have the normal control group, we have the diabetic neuropathic pain actual group without treatment, and we have the concentration dose of methanol extract of atarubicol caspicogenicis, that is 1 milligram, 2.5 milligram, 5 milligram, and the positive control drug called gabapentin, which we use to treat all the mice. Now, these are the results that we have. From these results, compared to the control group, the reaction time of neuropathic pain in animals that were not treated significantly dropped compared to the control. But when we use atarubicol to treat the mice, it was observed that the animal actually, the response to hot plate-induced pain was actually prolonged, especially at the dose of 2.5 milligrams. And this particular atarubicol was even more effective than the so-called gabapentin, a positive control drug used for the purpose of this study. And we also, this is another result from, we use cold-induced pain. This is called cold plate to induce pain. And 1 more minute. Okay, so, and this is another result using paw pressure. We use analgesimeter to induce pressure on the paw of the mice, and atarubicol was also very, very effective. When we measured the pro-inflammatory mediators, it was significantly reduced. They were also very effective, and in conclusion, caspicogenicis actually alleviate peripheral neuropathic pain associated with streptozotocin-induced diabetes, probably through anti-inflammatory effect and depletion of substance P. These are my selected references. Thank you.
Yeah, for that group presentation. I'm going to give emphatically. I don't know if we have the program here because of that. I think that's very good presentation. Let me call on the second person, Dr. J.T. Dams. that also be presenting on the thing that should come and introduce the thing by herself. Okay, we are fine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Studying on the existing protocol. I'm down CHCM from Brown University. It says a technology program. I'm presenting a review article titled Africa's Road-Based Fermented Foods, Microbial Food Culture and Safety. So in this presentation, I will be introducing to you what fermentation is and some of the work that has been carried out of fermentation technology. Firstly, if I start by the way of introduction, what fermentation is. As described or defined by Sherman et al. 2020, fermentation is a metabolic process that allows the breakdown of large organic molecules to simpler one via microorganisms or enzymes. And this technology has been in existence for a long number of years, thousands of years, and the fermentation is being carried out basically by two major microorganisms, like fermentation microorganisms, the lactic acid bacteria and the yeast. We also have different types of fermentation. There is alcohol fermentation, there is alkaline fermentation, and there is lactic acid fermentation. In the course of the presentation, I will draw more on lactic acid fermentation. In achieving the SDG goal 1 and 2, that is no poverty and zero hunger, food is no doubt a basic need for human survival. I don't think anybody here can live without food. And when we talk about food, we talk about a awesome food. According to African Security Food Report, 1 out of 3 people in sub-Saharan region, they are undernourished. So there's a need to be able to have access to awesome food that will be beneficial to the body. And when we talk about fermented food, several benefits which we'll be discussing. It promotes the safe and quality of food. And in our research, we are able to develop safe food for Nigeria and Africa at large. Like I said, this fermented food plays several roles in food preservation, food production, shelf life enhancement, and the likes. And we have several traditional fermented foods worldwide, and also in Nigeria, which is widely consumed. This figure above shows several examples of Nigerian traditional fermented food and beverages that are gotten from cereal-based products, and from the area we also have some from cassava sugar. Applications of microbial food culture in food production. And our research is basically, we are interested in development of starter culture and probiotics. This method show application of food, microbial food culture, they are there to do what enhance the stability of the food end products. And there are so many benefits that one can derive from this. So, and there are other health benefits too of lactic acid fermentation, which I said are more focused on enhanced digestion and the likes, and you will have on the screen. So we have some selected publications on African cereal-based fermented food. Because of my time, I may not really be able to speak much on this, but the first paper shows the rapid differentiation among microorganisms, the lactic acid bacteria that were associated from indigenous fermented food of Nigeria. We are able to use several molecular tools to differentiate these
species, and this species also there is genetic diversity of all plantarum. Our aim and objective were to do more to be able to identify these organisms to strain level, and this will give strains that are what that are technological importance, those ones that will have probiotic properties that can be what can be useful. Also, we have this published in 2018 probiotic and technological properties, in particular compound that is being produced from beef food. And those microorganisms were isolated from cereal-based Nigerian fermented. Likewise, we have this new article talking about the synergistic interaction between mold and between yeast and lactic acid bacteria, also from cereal-based food. This paper discusses the antioxidant property that is present in sorghum. Also, this publication is a book chapter published by Taylor Francis, talking about the fermented food product in chapter 2. And in chapter 22, discuss more on Nigeria indigenous food. And this paper was published by Taylor Francis last week. Okay, sir. Last week, discussing the nutritional profile and the oxidant capacity of fermented millet and sorghum grain. So our contribution to research so far, we have been able to publish in peer-reviewed journals. We have been able to look at the influence of nutritional landscape and the contribution to what much needed revolution in food fermentation and processing industry. And we have also been able to complement methods of food preservation, food processing and the likes, and also been able to use molecular tools for identification of these microorganisms in food. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The next presenter will be Aisha A. Yusuf. I'm sure, man. Okay. Aisha.
Yusuf A.
What is your name? Yeah, come yeah, sit down.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aisha Abdulkadir Yusuf from Science Education Department, University of London. I'm here to present an article titled Effect of Students Improvise Instructional Materials on Senior School Achievements in Physics. Introduction. Physics play a fundamental role in technology advancement. As a core science subject for secondary education, any engagement in scientific literacy without physics or physics education cannot arrive at desired results. As far as physics is to the pursuit of science education, it continues to pose understanding challenges to learners. Physics is a science subject that neither always have no academic achievements as a result of its abstract nature, according to many researchers, Barry, Manu, and others. The traditional method of teaching and learning physics in Nigeria senior school make it difficult for the students to compete in the global world. In terms of knowledge acquisition, despite the fact that physics is a very important subject in technology development, but our traditional instruments can be modified to suit the conventional teaching skills employed in teaching and learning the subject. Therefore, the present study seeks to investigate the effects of students improvise instructional material on teaching physics and their academic achievements at senior school level. Purpose of the study. The aim of this study was to investigate the effect of students to provide instructional material on teaching pieces and the academic achievement at senior school level. Research questions. 3 research questions the study attempted to provide answers to 3 research questions, and 3 research hypotheses also was formulated to guide the study. Methodology. Research design, population sample and sampling techniques, research instruments, validation of research instruments, procedure for data collection and data analysis techniques can be we are all arranged and explained in chapter 3 to 5 of my article. Then data analysis and results. The answer on the slide, the further explanation is on page 5 to 7 of the manuscript. Discussion. After analyzing the data collected for the various hypotheses, the following results were obtained. For research question 1 and hypothesis 1, table 1 shows that there was significant relationship between availability of instructional material and student performance. The researchers found that if there is enough and appropriate instructional materials, it makes the class more interactive and aid learning. It makes students use their intellectual ability during and after learning process. The correlation coefficient of R2 is equal to plus 0.911 and R is equal to 0.84. That is, R2 is greater than R1 at 0.5 level. With degree of freedom shows that the availability of instructional material has a great significance to student performance in physics. For the research question 2 and hypothesis 2, the theory shows that the teacher's attitude B1 is equal to 5.4 and student attitude B2 is equal to 4.5. This shows that the teacher attitudes and student are jointly positively related to student academic achievements in physics, but achievements depends on teacher attitude. Since B1 is greater than B2, it means that the teacher attitude to teaching can be used to predict academic achievement of students in physics better than student attitude. There is statistically significant relationships between availability of instructional material and student performance in physics. Also, there is significant difference between students in providing instructional materials and those that are not involved in the process, and attitude of both teachers and students to physics are jointly and relatively related to academic achievements of students in physics at 5% significance level. Recommendation. The following recommendation puts forward based on findings. There is need for the development of positive attitude by teachers toward the use of improvised instructional material for their students. This will encourage the development of their proficiency. Also, teachers need to be resourceful in instructional material selection and evaluation accordingly. Students will be able to improvise by themselves, and this will go a long way in reducing the cost of production and maintenance of instructional materials, especially the improvisers. Thus, regular training and training of teachers is thereby recommended. Good management techniques of science elaborated by the teachers, lab attendants, and even students in order to appraise the technology of science instruction in the schools, which enable us to develop within the limits of our human and material resources a system that enhances understanding, thinking, productions, and problem solving should be highly praised. Government should release more funds into the education sector purposely for the purchase of instructional material, laboratory facility apparatus, especially computer, is very important in school at this age of ICT. Individuals, corporate bodies, communities, and non-governmental agencies should see financing of education as government responsibility alone. Should not see financing of education as government responsibility alone. They should come in partnership with government to finance science education. Government at all levels should subsidize the cost of procuring instructional material so that it will ease the purchase and regular supply of instructional material. Importantly, inspection should be widely carried out on schools, laboratories, and what has fully replaced with new one by the school management. Thanks for this.
Thank you for managing your time very well. Thank you for that peaceful presentation. The next presenter on our list is Okun Akin. Is it Okun Akin? Okay, Okun Akin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Okun Akan Omalabake, and I'm presenting a review titled Overview, Prospects, and Future Challenges of Metal Organic Frameworks as Adsorbent for Dyes Adsorption. Globally, environmental pollution, water, soil, air, and pollution has remained a major worldwide challenges globally. And we understand that human activities are the reasons for these pollutions. The reason why we need to remove them from the environment. And among several methods of removing pollutants, adsorption can be unique, simple, and efficient. However, the versatility of the adsorption technique is largely determined by the material suction capacities, which also depends on the porous structures and surface properties of the adsorbent. However, there are two different types of porous structures. We have the organic and the inorganic. The organic, that is the activated carbons, they have large surface area, but they don't have a definite structure. While the inorganic, which an example is the zeolites, they have a definite structure, but they easily collapse when we want to reuse or regenerate them. So that is where metal organic framework comes in. This metal MOF capitalize on the weakness of the two porous, the organic and inorganic porous compounds. So metal organic frameworks are consisting of a metal, ion, or cluster of coordinated to organic ligands to form 1, 2, or 3-dimensional structures that are porous. And as shown on this slide, you can see the organic linker, that is the ligand, linking to the metal nodes and creating a vacuum, a pore that those adsorbents can be attached to the metal nodes. And the way they attach is due to the functional groups of the metal node used in preparing the metal organic frameworks. And the unique thing about the MOFs are the uniqueness of their large surface area. They are soluble pore size. You can increase the pore sizes depending on the ligand and the metal salts used. And they have high thermal stability, which is very important in regenerating and reusing of the adsorbents. Now let's talk about dyes. These are effluents from the textile, the plastic, and the drug industry. And we can see we have 40,000 dyes of pigments available with 700 various chemical structures worldwide. And presently, large amounts of wastewater containing the colors from dyes are produced from such industry. And several methods from literatures have been employed for dye treatment. Some are flocculation, bacterial oxidation, and membrane filtrations. But adsorption technique is very efficient and easily designed. Now, this illustration, this figure shows how dye attached to the metal functional group on the MOF matrix. Now let's look at the review. A lot of works have been done, and from all the works, results have been reported, indicated that the efficiency of removing dye, example of Rhodamine B, and the adsorption capacity is higher compared to its counterparts, activated carbon. Also, that Fanny 2015 also reported the utilization of bonds loaded onto iron oxide nanoparticles, forming a composite. And even there is an efficient removal of dyes from all these compounds.
Now let's compare the absorption capacity of MOP to activated carbon. As you can see, a significant difference from 477 to 26 milligram per gram. That is a huge difference. This is why MOF is very important. And from the delta H, the delta S, and delta G, you can see the reaction is spontaneous and is an endothermic reaction. So conclusion, the utilization of MOS as an adsorbent is a good alternative materials, removing all these pollutants, especially dyes, from the environment and the ecosystem generally. And the trends can be adapted if absorption technology using the novel MOF is considered. Also, the feasibility and applicability of MOS adsorbent for pollutants removal are needed to scale them commercially, where the usability of those adsorbents is a prerequisite to the cost reduction and total elimination of associated waste produced from dye removal processes. Thank you very much for listening.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
You have 5 minutes.
I'm going to say on the system protocol. My name is Ogunfunmi presenting research paper titled Availability and Utilization of Information and Communication Technology for System Agricultural Information on Rice Production among women farmers in Ogun State. Agriculture is known generally as a source of food, source of employment. The importance cannot be underestimated. And women form part of the production individual. So we cannot take them away. According to Food and Agricultural Organization 2015, as they contribute extensively in the production chain, starting from planting, weeding, harvesting, different than men. So they contribute about 43% of the labor force, according to this reference. So they need information, but immediately they source the information with social network. That's why the fact that agricultural extension system is going more on. But with the use of information and communication technology, which is an open-source tool, can be able to bridge that gap. So you know rice. Rice is no more a luxury now. Like in the past, when it was being consumed during festive period. Presently, everybody will have to consume rice, almost on daily basis, but the production is very low. And the major stakeholders, who are the women, are not being given enough information. So based on this, we know ICT is very ubiquitous, and that's ability to link individual with needed information in order to take good decisions on farm practices that when they based on this, the objective for this study was listed as one, determine the economic characteristics of the women rice farmers in the state, identify the agricultural information on rice production access to ICT by the respondents, identify the ICT available for assessing agricultural information on rice production, determine the level of utilization of the tool. The study, the methodology, we have the study was carried out in Ogun State among women rice farmers. Multi-stage sampling technique was used to select 184 respondents for the study. The instrument used for the data was a database schedule. The data were analyzed, mostly quality count, descriptive and intelligence statistical tool. The development variable of this study was the level of availability and utilization of ICT was mentioned on scale. Utilization was also mentioned on the scale, the rating scale, and used to rank them. Then the hypothesis, there is no significant difference in the availability and utilization of ICT for assessing rice production information across ATP extension blocks in the state. The result, average age was 44.3 years for women, majority 81% were married without full size of 5 member. The mean year of education was 3 years, implying that they are illiterate. The family experience is 15 years. Majority, 94.6% cultivate of other rice is a major rice producing in the state. Mobile phone, radios, and television were used as ICT tool for assessing agricultural information. And the rice information accessed through the tool were pest control, safe use of chemical, technique for fertilizer application. The pest, is a major problem in the rice farm. And to avoid danger or poison, that's why they are making use of. They are very conscious of the use of chemicals as well, and to post production, the use of their fertilizer where they know if they applied on clay, they're going to get a reverse output. So I think there's significant difference in the availability and utilization of ICT for assessing agricultural information based on the FTSD and the significant level. The availability and utilization was more in Shamonjo when we used Duncan multiple test to separate the mean. So the Shamonjo block happens to be the best block in the state that utilized, and the ICT tools are available and even more utilized in the study area. This study concludes and comment that mobile phone, radio, and television are readily available for use for access agricultural information on rice production by the woman. Rice information access for pest control, safe use of chemicals, technique for fertilization, and some others like that. It's recommended that adult literacy on ICT be organized for the women, rather to boost then enlightenment program to ensure inclusive information access and to boost rice production as a pathway towards zero hunger now and beyond 2030. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for presenting within the stupid papers. Thank you for that. You can do it. The next presenter is Ogbomoso Thomas. Ogbomoso Thomas.
Presentation.
Role of library information. Role of library information.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to present a paper titled The Role of Library and Information Services in Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. My presentation is outlined as it is being seen on the screen. The introduction. Library is the heart of development. Every development in life is traceable to the amount of information that is made available for people to actualize that. And the library trade information to produce services for development. As we all know, information is a catalyst for decision making. And some of the World Economic programs that have come at one time or the other, especially the Millennium Development Goals, was traced to the fact that it failed because of lack of adequate information. And the libraries and librarians can provide access to information that will enable people to live their lives. And librarians are skilled in acquiring, organizing, and they offer for use and publicly preserving information irrespective of forms and the form in which it is packaged. It could be in print and electronic form. As it has been established by IFLA 2018, it highlighted wide range of library and information products and services that can be provided at least to improve outcome of sustainable development goals, among which are promoting universal literacy, closing gap in access to information, and providing a network of information delivery site for government and program and services. It also advanced digital inclusion through access to ICT. Furthermore, roles that library and information service can actually play in achieving sustainable development goals, including information repackaging to rural dwellers. Omona 2020 have found that over 70% of people that trade in agriculture in Uganda, they were rural women. Majority of what can be done actually to address the challenge of hunger has been highlighted in the Millennium and in the Sustainable Development Goal. They are packaged in English or French. So library is responsible for repackaging those information into which the end user can easily understand and at the same time make effective use of it. Library also serves as part of research and academic community. They preserve and provide access to world cultural heritage. I don't have time to actually expatiate on this. Majority of us will affirm with me that there are some cultural heritage that we have. We do not need to depend only on synthetic drugs. There are heritage that we inherited from our culture, from our forefathers. But all those knowledge are now going into extinction. Library play an important role in preserving those things for people to be able to use. We have factors militating against development, among which are disinformation, misinformation, bad leadership, and misconception about the library and information services. With all this, there are challenges that libraries are facing. If all these challenges are addressed, they will be able to actually play their role effectively, among which are inadequate funding, inadequate infrastructure, inadequate staff, and poor welfare. In conclusion, any nation, institution, or individual who ignore library and what is offered does so at their own perils. Therefore, provision of information, provision of library and information services should be adequately funded and a key for the realization of sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for presenting. The next presenter is Odotulu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Odotulu. I'm here to present this presentation titled Operation of Ashes from Combustion of Palm Kernel Shell, Fiber, and Calcite Blends in a pilot scale great furnace. Biomass has been with us, let's say, from creation, from time, and there has been a reliable source of clean energy, which is part of the SDG goals. And talking about this biomass, this article is actually about palm kernel, shell, and palm fiber. If you look at it in the world today, Nigeria is the 5th largest producer of palm oil in the world, and from that we can see that this biomass is actually very available, and the use of this biomass is also a means of waste management, and a potential biomass potential production, energy production, and it's basically used as source of oil in steam boilers to dry farm produce and for generation of electricity. So the problems associated with combustion of biomass. We have 2 major problems that we face when combusting biomass. The first one is excess deposition of ash during combustion. Then the second one is fouling of riser tubes in steam boilers due to the presence of alkaline metals in the ash, which will cause slagging and eventual corrosion of the bottom of the boiler. From this, we can see a steam boiler, a schematic diagram of a steam boiler, which shows the fouling which occurs during the combustion. As we see, the second, that small diagram shows the ash that have already sedimented on the riser tubes in the steam boiler, and this eventually causes reduced efficiency and effectiveness of the combustion. And to solve this problem, we realize we can use calcite as an additive to the fuel during combustion. This will definitely reduce the ash yield in the steam boiler. Then the aim of the study is to optimize ash yield from combustion of palm kernel shell, fiber, calcite blends in a broad scale grade furnace. And the objective of the study is to optimize ash yield from production of palm kernel shell, plant fiber, and calcite using the optimized design under the combined methodology. And second is characterize the ash yield of PKS, palm kernel fiber mixture with without calcite. That's the calcite is the additive we use in this process. Then the research methodology. The first one is we have to collect and prepare the biomass for combustion. Then after that, we use the optimized design, the software, to optimize the mix ratio of PKS fiber and calcite. Then the second one, we supply the based on the design layers of each samples. Then the next is to convert the samples to the pilot unit furnace because we don't have the access to each steam boilers in question. Then the next is to supply the response data, which is the ash yield during the combustion, into the table drawn for us for the optimized design. Then the last stage we do is to do ash analysis on the ash yield. Then the optimized design, we input this component, these parameters into the system to give us a table like this. A table like that consists of 23 different samples from different composition of different biomass and calcites. Then results and discussion. After we've done this, we fill all the response on the ash yield, and we realize that after the combustion of these 23 samples, we realize that the overall condition as suggested by the model for the process variable was 60%, 2%, and 8% of the PKS, palm kernel, palm fiber, and calcite respectively, with lowest 0.21% ash. That is the composition that will give us the lowest ash yield if we combust. Then, okay, the software equals this from the equation, which will give us the that carry out the experiment. Then we have the coefficient value of R squared that shows the potential or the
the authenticity of our experiment, which shows 0.96, that is 89% of our inputs are accounted for. Then we have this 3D surface that shows every response of the hash of different variables or conclusion. First of all, this study shows the case of PKS and palm fiber moving castle to achieve robust hashes during combustion process and therefore mitigate hash reduction on the efficiency and operation of the grid furnace. The second is shows that the hash can be predicted accurately using the second order polynomial equation. And because of the well-fitting nature of what variables coefficients are very low probability of late square errors, and hash can be controlled optimally with use of appropriate additives. Thank you very much.
I confess the next presenter is I confess about I wrote down around fact. Should get to piano. Just prepare fact and read the next one. Okay, this one. We have 4 minutes to present.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Professor I'll be presenting the topic absorption of pesticides using sugarcane baggers and corn husks. So the presentation outlines runs from introduction to references. So the introduction. Growing environmental pollution as a result of industrial development is a great challenge to the world, to the modern world. So as a result of the pests and insects attacking plant crops and also farm produce, there is need for us to find a way of controlling or killing or confining or confine this pest attacking agricultural produce. And one of the ways is using chemical substances, pesticides, to treat all these insects and pests affecting farm produce. So from there, this pesticide, when they are applied to our plants, crops, and also farm produce, they perform their intended purpose while they were being used. Actually, but also they have side effects. And some of the side effects is that when they are applied, some part or some portion of it are being eroded, leached, and they even percolate into the ground. And when there is rainfall, all these are being transported to water bodies, thereby contaminating these water bodies. And because of this, we have to find a way of getting rid of this. And a method has to be used. And there are several methods that are useful for this purpose. And absorption is a suitable method used for this research work. Okay. So absorption is the process of attracting molecules of liquid and gases to the surface, by the process by pressure force. So sugarcane baggers was used, as you can see from the picture. The whitish edible parts of sugarcane stalk, after it is being chewed, it's all made by sugarcane baggers, and can see corn husk also from the picture. Okay, so
slide is not moving again.
Okay, the aim of the research is to absorb pesticide from simulated water using natural sugarcane baggers and kernels as absorbents. And the objectives are to determine the dosage effect of absorbents and to determine the removal efficiency of absorbents. The justification of the study is that absorbent method of treating wastewater is used because of its efficiency, its low energy consumption, ease of implementation, engineering capacity, and simplicity. Sugarcane baggers, okay, scope of study. You have to modify the existing method of treating wastewater to remove pesticides from wastewater. So these are the related literature reviews that have been carried out by previous researchers. So the methodology, the material used were refrigerator, ultraviolet spectrometer, pH, liter, conical flask, and all, and the rest. So the methodology, the preparation of absorbents, the absorbents were collected from local area. They were washed and sun-dried, and also after which they were carbonized, activated, and also the sample used was prepared with the glyphosate, which is the pesticide, and a social study was carried out. So these are the pictures of the collection. These are pictures of the collection when the absorbents were sun-dried, the preparation of the funnels for absorption, and how it was sealed. The pH meter, and also the adjustment study. The adjustment study was basically on the effects of dosage and effect of concentration to determine the removal efficiency at each time. So the graphs showed us when where sugarcane baggers and kernels were used combined together at 0.5 gram and also 1 gram. So, and also when sugarcane baggers was used alone, using dosage 0.5 gram and also 1 gram, and as well as kernels. So the conclusion, based on the result obtained, we can concluded that corn-husk is more effective in the removal of pesticides from wastewater than sugarcane baggers, and also the higher the dosage, the higher the removal efficiency. So the recommendation was thus, corn-husk should be used in removal of pesticides from wastewater in preference to sugarcane baggers, and high dosage of absorbents should be used in removal of pesticides from wastewater in preference to lower dosage. So thanks for listening.
Thank you. Our next presenter
Lápò àwọn èèyàn sí ẹwù àwọn lọ́njókòó látara rẹ̀ wọ́n jẹ́ pé online.
Good afternoon. My name is Arutari Rafat from the Pure and Applied Chemistry Department, London Professor University of Technology, Ogbomoso. I'm here to present a research paper titled Characterization of Mineral Components of some Herbal Leaves, Tea Extracts and Residues for Nutraceutical Potentials by Arutari R.A., Akonjis S.A., Ibrahim A.O., Adedosu H.O., and Emo Bello from Pure and Applied Chemistry Department and Science Laboratory Technology Department of LAUTECH. Tea is one of the most popularly consumed beverage around the world. Different plant parts have been consumed, like the leaf, the roots, and the stem, just for rejuvenation, relaxation, and to treat different specific conditions and means others.
Tea extract prepared from medicinal plants are consumed for their positive physiological functions. As you can see from the picture, there's a family that visited the nursery to get different types of plants, fruits, and it is being brewed either with water or native wine. And you see they are living very healthy. On the contrary, the other side, that is food phobia, at the end of the day might spawn victim of cardiovascular diseases and some other related diseases. Amidst the beneficial nutrients in plants are the essential minerals which are known to play important functions for human health, whereas non-essential minerals are toxic even at a very low concentration, according to Wong et al. 1993 and Sharma et al. 2009. In addition to mineral composition in plants also play a vital role in terms of their medicinal and therapeutic effects, especially edible plants. In traditional medicine, a plant is either eaten raw, cooked, or decocted or infused with water or native wine, or rather they are cooked as food. Herbal tea is essentially an herbal mixture made from leaves, seeds, and roots of various plants. In this study, mineral components of fresh fruits or fresh leaves, tea extract and residue of Vannonia amygdalina, Celosia adentine, Sabopogon citratus, Osemium grasseglutum, Deobura cacao, and Sulphura occidentalis were examined. The aim of the work. The aim of this work is to independently investigate the levels of mineral elements in bitter leaf, Lagos spinach, lemongrass, saint leaf, cocoa tree, and fruited pumpkin. The leaves, their herbal tea, and their herbal tea residue after decomposition, with a view to evaluating their nutraceutical potential. The objective is to determine the level of some mineral elements present in the leaves, their tea, their herbal tea, and the herbal tea residue after decomposition of some plants selected, and to evaluate their extraction coefficients. Methodology. The samples were purchased from Ikoyi markets in Ogbomoso. They were rinsed and they were dried. They were air dried and pulverized using an electric blender. The raw plants were analyzed for the mineral constituents via dry digestion, and the sample solution were taken for reading using the atomic absorption spectrophotometer. Likewise, another portion of the plant sample were also decomposed using the ionized water, and the sample were filtered to get both the filtrate and the residue. The residue were also examined. They are also analyzed via dry digestion and also were in the AAS, while the filtrate, which is the tea extracts, were also analyzed via wet digestion and were also analyzed using the AAS. Table 1 represents the level of the mineral element in the herbal tea, and the herbal leaf, and the herbal tea residue in milligram per kilogram for the various plants examined. From the table, it can be observed that the distribution of the mineral elements in the herbal leaf is as the greatest values, while it is being followed by the herbal residue, and lastly, the herbal tea. Table 2 represents the extraction coefficients of the metal, which is calculated as a percentage of the concentration of the mineral element present in the herbal tea to the concentration of the mineral in the tea plants. Now, from this table, it will be observed that based on the extraction coefficients, the mineral elements can be grouped into 3. We have the low extraction coefficients, the medium extraction coefficients, and the high extraction coefficients. From this table, a lot of the mineral elements have fell under the low extraction coefficients, and is an implication that there is an impression that much of them were not extracted into the tea extracts, and
This can give us an impression that we have lots of poorly extractable minerals in all the plants. And it can be concluded that the herbal leaves, when pulverized and consumed in the old powder form, offer maximum accessibility to the mineral elements present in the leaves. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next presenter, Gani Wulikat. Addition to get ready. Okay, yes, I'm looking. Yeah, John. 5 minutes. So I think it's enough for me.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Gani Wulikat from the Department of Agricultural Economics, LAUTECH. I'm here to present our paper titled Analysis of Constraints Associated with Sawmilling Households. Sawmilling Household Income in Shaki ADP Zone of Oyo State, Nigeria. Knowing fully that sawmilling enterprise depends on the forest, on timber resources, and it is a means of livelihood. Therefore, sawmilling occupation guarantee on restricting livelihood support to thousands of people in the world, particularly in areas where forestry resources are abundant for exploitation in wood processing as sawmill companies. In other words, forest is generally known for major supply of raw timber to both local and international industries that deal with wood workers. Importantly, some wood making from tree resources yields huge economic returns, and it is in the forefront of promoting the economic sector among other agribusinesses, despite the fact that the forest sector of agriculture contributes tremendously to the economic development through some wood production from forest products. Several constraints have been identified that they are impeding the progress of sawmilling industry. So these problems are worrisome, especially in the poorest countries like ours. As regards the trend from the above, this article intends to provide answers to the following research question. We want to identify what are the socioeconomic characteristics of the sample population, that is those people that deal with that work or that are working on forest timber. That's those people that are they are converting the timbers, which is major forest resources, they are converting it into plants. We want to identify the socioeconomic characteristics. We want to know the major constraints that they are facing. And we want to see the influence of these constraints on their earnings. I've said that the population for this study that we studied constituted the sawmills worker, who are mainly involved in wood making from timber forest products in the study area. The data were collected from the primary source and they were analyzed using multiple regression, factor analysis, and descriptive statistics. The results, based on the socioeconomic characteristics of the sawmillers, the sample population dominated by males with 71.9%. The average, the respondents, they were 36 years. Majority of the sample population who are the respondents, they engage primarily in this business. The annual income on average is 331,000 per annum. Further research shows that from the factor analysis techniques used, this tool is basically used to streamline several constraints. It's used to streamline several constraints into meaningful ones. And from the general constraint that we have obtained 4 constraints, which are infrastructural constraints, resource constraints, institutional constraints, as well as economic constraints. These are the constraints, major one facing this industry, that is sawmilling industry. Then from the multiple regression analysis, it shows that the credit obtained and the resource constraints, infrastructural constraints, and institutional constraints, they are the drivers of income generated from the sawmilling work. Going by the recommendation and conclusion, going by the findings of this study, most of the sawmill workers, they were married. Most of them have access to credits, which give them the opportunity to use loan. As pertains to the sawmilling enterprise in the study area, many constraints have been identified. Thanks for the
Yeah, the next person is Adesina. Is it Adesina? He has presented. Okay, that's good. Dr. Oyewole. Yes. O-I.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Oyewole. Then you do who? Adijat. The girl ready. That's the person. Huh? You are presented? Not yet. Okay. After this one. No, there is a cover here. Where is it? I think, okay, that one is another one.
Oyewole, Dr. Oyewole. Oyewole, let's say Security. Okay. Security. Insecurity. Okay, I get everyone. Insecurity. Okay, so where are you? Banana.
Good afternoon, everybody. The topic before me is issue of insecurity and loss of peace, crucial challenges that need urgent attention for sustainable economic development in Nigeria. We all know the importance. We all know the peace is something that everybody on earth is aiming at. And the topmost of human endeavor, peace can be seen as well-coordinated of human body without any point of maladjustment within. But however, lack of peace puts one into problem and endanger life. It is tantamount to ill luck, darkness, and doubt. Insecurity is the act of condition or condition of being threatened physically, psychologically, emotionally, or financially. But we can see the improvement on the other hand is a situation whereby there is positive increase in a former position of an object. Sustainable means to maintain what one has to live long and be useful, so that in time of need it will be available. Nigeria was at peace and secure before, but suddenly you could see security service. Why? This is, though despite all the goodies that we can derive from peace and security, it was clearly sourced with the present situation of the country that some set of people are still aiming at putting the society in state of insecurity through killing, maiming, and harming people in this guise that they are worshiping God. Why? This is statement of problem. But we see two purposes of the study and two research questions. Also, two hypotheses was found. Then methodology, survey research design was adopted for the study. And we want to see on the analysis of that result, we want to see what are the causes of loss of peace and insecurity in Nigeria. The research find out some of these reasons: social dislocation and population displacement, ethno-religious conflict, unemployment and poverty, general atmosphere of distrust, fear, anxiety, and friendship, migration of people from areas where there is prevalence of insecurity, hate speech, and forcing religion on others, illiteracy, and so forth. All these may be contributed, according to the researcher, to the insecurity in Nigeria. But there are some, what are some solutions to the causes of loss of peace and insecurity in Nigeria? According to some solutions here, we have introduction of peace education to all levels of education, structural and attitudinal disposition, organizing symposia, conferences like this, then peacekeeping and persuasive communication among parties to allow peace to reign, good governance, restructuring, and the last one, if we go look at item number 12, the function in schools, primary and secondary, with word of God and prayer in the assembly as in the past. Because in our holy days, we used to do money devotion in school. But nowadays, because of religion, Muslim will say this is my home, and Christian will say this is my home. Instead, he say children should be silent, they pray silently. And then there is no word of God, there is a problem. This is a problem we are facing throughout the world. So we should find something to do. So when we look at the hypothesis, there is no significant between the main responses of male and female business educator on the causes of loss of peace and insecurity in Nigeria. And when we look at the t-test being analyzed, the hypothesis was rejected, meaning that there is no significant difference. And table 4 shows that there is significant difference because the analysis was accepted between the private and public business educator. And the result, as I said, responded agree on statement under table 1 and 2. Likewise, hypothesis 1 was rejected, while hypothesis 2 was accepted. Based on the findings of the study, it was concluded that issue of loss of peace and insecurities is a challenge that need urgent attention for economic improvement and sustainable in Nigeria. So we want sustainable and want our economy to be improved, we have to find solution to this insecurity. And that's why it's taken, and we find solution will be a better place. In the recommendation, curriculum planners will improve peace education to all level of education in an attempt to improve the citizen with peacekeeping for economic improvement in Nigeria. Then seminar and conferences should be organized throughout the country. Emphasis on the place in the teaching of history in school from primary level to tertiary institution, and also the function schools, primary and secondary school, with word of God and prayer must welcome back in the assembly and so that of the past. And lastly, migration of people from different countries must be properly controlled. Thanks for listening.
For those of us online, we only have one physical presenter. We'll come back to you in the next 5 to 6 minutes. Please indicate by raising up your hand if you want to present. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, come here. Sit down. What did you say? Achieving.
Yes, I'm the people. An article titled Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the Contributory Roles of Livestock Subsector. As we all know that the Sustainable Development Goals are a collection of 17 interlinked global goals designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. The SDGs were set up in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly and are intended to be achieved by the year 2030. These are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals highlighted. And according to HUMBOLDT 2021, the livestock subsector accounts for over 40% of agricultural gross domestic products globally. And livestock products provide almost 1/3 of human protein intake. Therefore, you will agree with me that livestock subsector has a great part to play in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In SDG 1 says no poverty, zero poverty. As we all know that almost every family now in the developing country has they have livestock that they are rearing, whether small scale or even in the medium scale. So it helps rural households achieve their livelihood objective by enhancing human capital through providing access to food, continued good health, and labor for their pursuit of activities. And for SDG 2, which is hunger eradication, livestock and animal source provide readily digestible protein and essential nutrients, and can therefore make critical contributions to end hunger, which leads to SDG 3, which is healthy living. And as we all know that health is wealth. Providing quality education is the goal 4. Consumption of animal products can improve children's cognitive and physical development, as well as school and performance. In addition, poor rural households, which you can use to pay for school fees, uniform, and schooling materials. Also, women make up an average of 43% of the agricultural labor force in developing countries. Livestock keeping and production can make a significant contribution to SDG 5, which is gender equality. So by empowering women and girls. Livestock manure, which can be turned into biogas and recycled, has an important role to play in this process of achieving Sustainable Development Goal 6, which is clean water and sanitation. Biogas will not only enhance the energy of developing regions, but also help resolving the problems such as environmental pollution, bad odor, and flies. And with that, Sustainable Development Goal 7 can be achieved, which is a clean energy by processing the animals' manure. Then, globally, as stated by Thompson 2010, up to 1.3 billion people are employed in different livestock products value chains. Livestock production can boost economic growth through direct contribution to rural livelihoods and agricultural output. Through that, SDG 8 is being achieved, which is economic growth. As a catalyst, livestock subsector, as a catalyst to industrialization, with that, SDG 9 can be achieved, which is improving on the industrialization. The livestock sector offers substantial opportunities for income generation and job creation, especially in the dairy products. Most especially in Nigeria, most of the industries, they make use of one agri products or the other, either egg or even the dairy products. On the supply side, livestock are a source of food and income for at least 500 million poor people who depend partially on or entirely on keeping animals for their livelihood. This will help in reducing inequalities, thus aiding the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 10. Considering the fact that over 3 billion people depend on marine and coastal biodiversity for their livelihoods, and broadly the same number obtained almost 20% of their average intake of animal protein from fish, which provides essential fats, vitamins, and minerals. And through that, SDG 11 and 12 is being achieved. Livestock is contributing to SDG 13 and 14, thereby providing valuable regulating and supporting ecosystem services through their direct interaction with land, vegetation, soil, and habitat. A well-managed livestock can help to protect and preserve ecosystem and biodiversity for achievement of SDG 15 and 16. At present, the livestock sector is accounting for a number of multi-stakeholder partnerships at global and regional levels. All these are aimed at attaining Sustainable Development Goal 17, which is based on the partnerships for the Sustainable Development Goals. In spite of all these possibilities, a lot of factors
may prevent small-scale livestock keepers in developing countries like Nigeria from benefiting from fast livestock growth. Overuse of natural resources to increase short-term production could lower productivity in the long term, and a rise in livestock production will lead to higher overall greenhouse levels. Thank you so much. With this, I believe that we agree with me that livestock sector is also has contributed to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Thanks for this.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
Tonight we have concluded the physical program presented. We are now going to join the online presence.
So as announced, we are going for the online presentation now, and I will call, is it Dr. Jane Okpayemi Adeniji to commence our presentation. Can you share your slide with us, please?
I don't have a slide at the moment. I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Can I go ahead?
You can go. Yes,
right.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Adeniji Jane Okpayemi, and I'm presenting on artisans and the National Health Insurance Scheme, a challenge of policy implementation. Sustainable Development Goal 3 seeks to ensure good health.
You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, sir. Sustainable Development Goal 3 seeks to ensure good health and well-being for all, irrespective of age. It also addresses major health concerns, among which is the need for universal health coverage, and that is helping to assess health by all. Arising from the need for healthcare by all, the issues of affordability and accessibility to healthcare led to the introduction of the National Health Insurance Scheme in Nigeria, which was signed into law by General Abdulsalami Abubakar on May 10, 1999, but it was officially launched in 2005. It has 4 sectors, and the artisans come under the second sector, which is the informal sector. They are known as Onishowo in Yoruba parlance. And this group is becoming larger because of the need for entrepreneurship in the nation at the moment, and their health need is of concern. And that is why this study was taken up to assess their awareness and utilization of the NHIS scheme. The methodology, both qualitative and quantitative method were used. That is, key informant interviews, in-depth interviews, and questionnaires were used. The finding and discussion. The awareness. It was discovered that a considerable number of them knew what health insurance should be, which they refer to as Ajo Adojuto Fonepati Ilera. But this knowledge does not translate to understanding what it really needs to achieve with them. So there's a need for intensification of public enlightenment about the NHIS scheme so that the implementation would be successful. Then the utilization of the scheme, it was discovered that about 88.6% of the respondents were not under the scheme. And some of the responses that were gotten from the interviews conducted was that only God knows the final say about survivor. I don't really need to subscribe to the NHIS. If I would die, I would die. So it can be inferred from the interviews and from the study that poor utilization of the scheme by the artisans is partly due to the suspicion of government projects, the level of education of the artisans themselves, marital affiliation of the artisan, cultural imagings, that is, their belief that they can consult traditional health attendants when sick and not keep money intentionally for treatment. Then the challenge that arises from this is that the problem with the coverage of the NHIS scheme is not so much in the quality of the policy, but in the outcome it is achieving. Undoubtedly, policies should be judged by their effects rather than their intent. Thus, the issue with the success of the NHIS lies in its implementation. The gap that was observed is that there's a poor understanding of the scheme by the artisans. The artisans are not carried along on the benefits and how best to implement the policy to suit their situation. The third gap is that due to the non-stable incomes of the artisans and no salary accounts for premiums to be deducted, it appears difficult to organize this group under the NHIS. So the recommendation is that meetings should be held between various artisans group, their heads, the NHIS officials, the health ministry officials, and cultural advocates, so that they can work hand in hand to come up with the best method for them to utilize the scheme. Then the arrangement of trips-like arrangements, the way they pay 15 naira per day, 100 naira per day, would also be used so that they can pay little by little instead of collecting the premiums at once. Then government input is also needed as it is practiced in Ghana. Little premiums should be collected from the artisans, while government intervention should also be taken into consideration. Then the conclusion, the NHIS is a good initiative to achieving the universal health coverage of the SDG, but for it to fulfill its purpose in Nigeria, a collaborative engagement between policymakers, cultural advocates, and the artisans is needed so as to achieve the maximum use of the NHIS policy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. May I call on the next presenter, Dr. Olufeyi-Kemi Rochelle. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right, you can go ahead, please. Do you have something to share with us?
Yes, I want to see if I can share it. I already forwarded it to you as well, if you can help me share. But let me see if I can share from my hand. Okay, I'm trying to bring it up.
You have to open the slide first.
Okay, that's what I want to do now. Trying to get it up. Okay, is it visible now?
I cannot see any presentation. I can only see. I cannot see any presentation.
Can I continue with my?
I cannot see any presentation. You have to open your PowerPoint before you share.
Okay, let me try.
Also open it that way. Click it that way and open it.
Okay, I'm on that.
Yes. Yes, yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm unable to open it. Please let me continue with the presentation. Hello?
Hello, okay.
Yes, I stand on the existing protocols. The topic of our paper is impact of entrepreneurial education on entrepreneurial intention and inclinations of undergraduates in Oyo State, presented by Professor Paul Ayo Akonbi and myself, Olufeyi-Kemi Abiodun. The objectives of the studies, there are 5, which are entrepreneurship education popularity, entrepreneurship education intensity, entrepreneurship education contribution, and entrepreneurship education acceptance can jointly and independently predict entrepreneurial intention. The second one is that education popularity, which I coded with EP and then EEC, EEA, can predict entrepreneurial intention. The third one is that there is no significant relationship between entrepreneurship education and entrepreneurial intention. The fourth one, there is no significant relationship between entrepreneurship education and entrepreneurial inclination. The literature review and then conceptual framework is in the study. An inclination simply means the way somebody feels about something, a feeling that pushes somebody to make a particular choice or decision, according to Encounter 2009, and then according to Akonbi 2011, the rapid changes unleashed by a new phase of globalization combined with a deteriorating economy in Nigeria and international economy have shrunk recruitment and significantly altered employment conditions of many traditional types of employment that usually in the past. So entrepreneurship education is viewed as a form of training in entrepreneurial knowledge, behavior, skills, and attitude. That's POCA 2014. The research design. In the study, we carried out a survey research design which was adopted. The survey is chosen based on the objectives of the study. The sample, we had a sample in the subset of population selected for a study. Sampling deals with selecting a sample. Accidental sampling technique was adopted to select 170 respondents from 3 most popular universities in Oyo State. The universities selected for the studies include University of Ibadan, Lautech, and Ajayi Crowther. 200 to 500 level students of these universities were sampled owing to their experience in the university system. And the questionnaire, the data collection instrument was of questionnaire. The data analysis was carried out, and there were some results. One of the results is that it was concluded that all independent variables, entrepreneurial education, popularity, entrepreneurial education intensity, entrepreneurial education contribution, and except entrepreneurial education acceptance, we jointly and independently predict entrepreneurial intention in students. And then also, we found out in the study that it can be concluded that all the independent variables, that's in the entrepreneurial education popularity, entrepreneurial education intensity, entrepreneurial education contribution, and entrepreneurial education acceptance, we jointly and independently predict entrepreneurial inclination. I'd like to go to because of time, to the conclusion. The research study looked into the impact of entrepreneurial education on intention and inclination of undergraduates in Oyo State. It is clear from the studies that inclination and even intention is not enough for entrepreneurial success without necessary and solidified interactive education on entrepreneurship. The study shows that entrepreneurial intention in students can remain dormant just because they have not been exposed to the contributions of entrepreneurial education. We came up with recommendations in the study, and there were 4 recommendations. One, entrepreneurship invention courses should be made a compulsory subject under general studies for all undergraduates right from their 2nd year to the finishing. Also, it should be ensured that undergraduates in their internship experiences are not just posted for getting experience at the executional levels of companies, but also should be exposed to few sessions with management and board meetings that entails decision-making for business. Undergraduates should be allowed to buy ownership shares in school enterprises, such as canteens, bookshop, business centers, that will make them participate in some ways in the running and successful solvency of that business. And lastly, we recommended that veteran entrepreneurs should be sought after as volunteer lecturers and mentors for entrepreneurial courses in universities. So this is how the paper contributes to knowledge, because it is believed that all these things will have deep multiple effects in intensifying the inclination and intention of graduates for entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for the beautiful presentation. All right, can we have the last presenter, Dr. Emmanuel Toluwa?
Yes, something will open.
Okay.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. You can go, you can start.
Okay, I'll try to share my slide now.
Okay, yes, you can use your slide, please.
Okay, sir. Can you see it now?
Oh,
Is
yes.
this visible,
Can
sir?
you put it in full screen? It's so small here.
Oh, it's
Let
already
me
in
see.
full screen.
Okay.
Can I go ahead, sir?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Odediro Emmanuel. Standing on the existing protocol, I'm presenting a paper titled Seasonal Variation in Concentration Levels of Gaseous Pollutants in a Model Urban Environment in Sub-Saharan Africa. The outline of my presentation is here presented. And the introduction. Air quality degradation in African cities has impacted negatively on citizens. And this air quality degradation is due to the urbanization, increase in population, industrialization, and increased vehicular emission. And there have been few, just limited episodes of traffic-related air pollutant emissions that have been discussed in sub-Saharan Africa. And so this research focuses on the traffic-related air pollutants from vehicles. And it's of common knowledge that most of the cars that are vehicles that enter into most African countries are majorly imported used cars. And this is posing a lot of emission to the environment. The methodology. This study was conducted in August and December, period that covers both the rain and dry season. And 6 gaseous pollutants were studied at 25 major traffic hotspots within Ibadan, which is the case study for this research work. And the sample sites were selected such that they are evenly and spatially distributed within Ibadan metropolis. And a portable handheld AeroQuar S500 monitor with 6 sensor heads were used to sample 6 pollutants, which include CO, NO2, SO2, ammonia, total gross organic compounds, and ground level ozone. The figure 1 here shows the figure of the Ibadan, and also showing the wind roses during the rainy and dry season. Table 1 here shows the sampling locations and their coordinates. Also, the assessment of human exposure risk was done using equation 1, which using the statutory limit bridge, which is seen in equation 1. And we have to compare our data with ambient air quality standards of 6 different agencies. So the results and discussion. Figure 2 here shows the seasonal concentration levels of CO and NO2. Figure 3 shows the seasonal concentration of SO2 and ammonia. Figure 4 shows the seasonal concentration levels of total volatile organic compounds and the ground level ozone. I can see majorly here that we have the non-rush hour having higher value than the non-rush hour data, although with some exceptions. And so the seasonal variation in concentration of gaseous pollutants are attributed majorly to convective turbulence and atmospheric boundary layers. And also the result obtained in this research work confirms that gaseous emissions from traffic-related sources are a complex mixture of pollutants. And they vary both temporally and spatially by which means by location. Table 2 shows the percentages of traffic intersections with saturated limit breach. And it shows that during both raining and dry season, most traffic intersections have higher pollutants during rush hour than non-rush hour periods. So in conclusion, this study reveals the seasonal variation in exposure to the 6 gaseous pollutants studied, and it is recommended that alternative routes for vehicular congestion, use of cleaner fuel from renewables, and strengthening of mandatory vehicle inspection and maintenance program could be integrated as basic solutions to urban air pollution in Africa. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your time. Can you kindly unshare your screen?
Okay, sir.
So that Dr. Adesola Ajayi can make his presentation. Kindly unshare your screen.
All right, sir.
You can go ahead, please, Dr. Adesola Ajayi. 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'm with you.
You can share your screen and you have 5 minutes for presentation, please.
Okay, I'm trying to.
Lot of reverberation from your side. Are you in a very big hall? Can you go ahead, please?
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll be good afternoon. I'll be presenting on tannins production by tannic acid degrading bacteria isolated from cowpea. This will be my outline for presentation. Introduction. What are tannases? Tannase is an inducible enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of tannins to release gallic acid and glucose. It is produced by plants, animals, and microbes. Tannins are the 4th most abundant plant constituents, and it provides antimicrobial protection to plants. Cowpea, that is the one popularly known as the white beans, is a member of the Leguminosae family. It has a relatively low fat content and a total protein content that is 2 to 4 times greater than cereal and tuber crops. Cowpea can be used at all stages of growth as a vegetable crop, and the leaves contain significant nutritional value. Statement of problem. Tannase has numerous uses in the industry. This ranges from the making of tea to the making of high-grade leather. However, it is mostly imported rather than locally produced. Importation of enzymes, on the other hand, is very. Therefore, the ever-increasing need for tannase in industry demands for more of local production to reduce the cost of importation. Justification for study. Microbial enzymes are preferred. This is because they are more stable than plant and animal enzymes for industrial uses, and fermentation processes can produce large amounts of enzymes in a constant environment. They can be easily controlled. Microbes are more easily genetically modified than animals and plants. Objectives of study. The research was carried out to isolate and screen for bacterial isolates that can produce tannins from cowpea for industrial use. Materials and methods. A total of about 50 seeds were purchased from Poka markets in Ekpe, Lagos State. They were taken to the laboratory, that is the microbiology lab of Augustine University, Ilara, Ekpe, Lagos. The cowpea seeds, they were dampened with tap water and kept in a jar to allow for microbial growth. Every 24 hours, this was more was added to promote the growth of the microorganism, and this was done for 1 week at room temperature. Now, isolation of bacteria was done after 1 week, and the bacterial isolates were subcultured to obtain pure cultures of the organism. The bacteria were identified using the following biochemical tests. Screening of tannic acid bacteria was also carried out according to the method described by Nadaf and Gosh 2011. Submerged fermentation was done employing the media with this composition for the production of the enzyme. Tannic acid was added as the inducer and substrate for tannins producing bacteria according to the method of Brambart and Modi 2015. Yes, I've mentioned this, that enzyme production was carried out using the submerged fermentation, and the tannins activity was determined using of Miller 1959. The protein was estimated using Lowry et al. 1951, and the absorbance was taken at 750 nanometers. Characterization of the tannins. All these factors, that is the effect of the temperature, pH, substrate concentration, and cation concentration, was carried out. The kinetic constant, that is the Michaelis-Menten constant Km, was also estimated using the method of Lineweaver and Bock 1934. Results. The result of this investigation revealed 16 pure bacterial isolates from cowpea, and preliminary identification of the bacterial isolates was done as stated in the materials and methods, and the results are on table 1, table 2, table 3, and table 4, as I will show after this slide. The gram staining test revealed 15 gram positive bacteria and 1 gram negative rod-shaped bacteria. This is the morphology and the gram staining test. This is the result as earlier stated. Then the fermentation test is on table 2 as shown here. The codes are for the 16 bacterial isolates. Then these are the biochemical tests, the various biochemical tests. And this is the preliminary identity of the organism. The most probable identification using the online identification system. The time 17 13 millimeter as the highest. This is the result of the enzyme, the tannins, and then These are graphs showing the effects of the various characterization. Discussion. These are in line with what we have obtained is also in line with the studies of previous researchers as stated here. And in conclusion, research work has established the fact that cowpea is host to a number of tannase-producing bacteria from which the enzyme can be produced commercially. Molecular characterization will be needed to confirm the identity of the isolates to the species level. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ma, and thank you for your time. So we go for the last presentation, which is going to be physical. You can share your screen, please, Ma. Okay, thank you. Can we see your screen? Payment. Where's something payment? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Adesina Huai and others. I'm here to present payment for environmental resources and enhancing non-market good incentive mechanism for poverty reduction and climate change mitigation. Introduction. Now it has been established that there is a synergy between between poverty and environmental degradation. There's cause and effect between two of them. Now, if you attack one and you leave others, you have not done much about it. But there is one mechanism, it's a non-market good mechanism called payment for environmental services, which is a type of mechanism, if it is so designed, it can mitigate or it can reduce poverty at the same time. It can enhance conservation of environmental resources like agricultural land. Now, in this study, we employ hypothetical credit-based payment for environmental service, PES, because it's hypothetical in the sense that it has not been implemented, especially in this part of the world. In the eastern part of Africa, a few of them are in place, and very much of them are in Asia and the southern part of America. Now, the poor, mainly those people that they practice a lot of unfriendly activities with regard to environment. For example, felling of tree, mining, bush burning, and coal, which brings about degradation into the ecosystem. In the design of this study, that is the methodology, we use choice experiment design procedure. The choice experiments
is a type of system of which it has the ability to capture valuation of multi-attributes of a particular phenomenon. In this case, pest. Pest has multi-attribute traits. Now, in the design, we have a total number of 7 attributes, 25 levels, and 3 alternatives were used. Now, we have amount of loan, which has 8 levels, paper period, 2 levels, tax to pound, 3 levels, interest rate, we have 6 of them, labor, land, and guarantor provision, we have 2 levels each. Now, the attributes are seen on the table. How the attributes are the traits. That's the description of it. The amount of money provided varies, and the type of tax varies, and the interest rate varies, depending on the type of pest that individual is interested in. The sampling procedure used was basically a multi-stage sampling technique. We use that because it's far better than the random sampling technique, and it's faster, especially when you have a large number of samples. We embark on this study in 3 farm settlements in Oyo State, Ijaido and Akufo, and a total of 410 questionnaires were distributed. 317 of them were usable. And the information are of twofold. One, information on the respondents concerning multidimensional poverty, those people that are multidimensionally poor, and dimensional poverty with regards to education, consumption, and housing through living condition or living standard. The data analysis. Okay. We use Ackery and Foster methods, which was used in OPHI in Oxford University. We employed methods to ascertain those people that are poor multidimensionally and those people that are poor at different level of dimension, vis-a-vis educational deprived or educationally poor, consumption poor, and living standard poor. Now, these are the results. Now we make use of the Kramer-V statistic. Kramer-V statistic, what it does is that after the chi-square must have shown whether the relationship is significant or not, Kramer-V square will show how strong the relationship are. Now, we have those dimensions: educationally poor, consumptionally poor, and living standard poor. We have to pair them into. We want to see whether the opinion of the respondents, whether they are related, and how strong is the relationship. The decision criteria is if it is very strong, you have 1. If it's near 1, it's almost very strong, but not too strong, and so on and so forth. And when it's 0, it is not strong. The relationship is not strong. So at the end, we are able to see that most of these respondents, the farmers, that the attributes of pests were introduced to, they were interested in conserving the agricultural land they are using. In doing so, the adaptation has to reduce the effect, the negative impact of climatic variability will be enhanced. And a lot of them, without given the property right, as many authors say that without property right, people will not be interested in conserving the agricultural land. We could see that over here, they are willing to conserve the agricultural land, even without giving the property right. Thank you for this.
Then presentation for today. I want to thank all the presenters, both physically and online. Your presence, enjoying welcome. For the good presentation. Thank you and thank you and thank you. We also thank our moderator that has been here since morning. Thank you for your energy that you spend. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you. Engineer Dr. Asaba.
Thank you all. So tomorrow we hope to see you by 10 o'clock. So we are going to have, what do we have tomorrow? Day 3. So we're going to have proposal writing for external funding. We're also going to have how to apply and possibly win that AVH fellowship. So these topics will be very interesting. So we hope all of us will join us by 10 a.m. tomorrow, both online and physical one. The physical one will take place at the Great Hall here in Lautech, and the online one will surely be via Zoom, the same link. Thank you so much, and hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you and goodbye. Enjoy your night.
Okay.
Dance.
This slide.
No, first page. Somebody.
Okay, that can be taken.
And then more perfect to take picture. Just one more. Yes.
So see you tomorrow. Thank you for your time. It's 6:30 a.m. today. Send the